Well, hello everyone. It is I, your boy, Jotun Red Wolf. Hi Hazen Crow. Hi Val Whoops. Hello. Thank you for redeeming first. So today's a special day. Namely one because I've been streaming for 3 years. That's longer than most people stay at a job. And second, normally I don't stream on Sundays. So this is only happening because Twitch let me know, hey, you're coming up on your affiliate anniversary. So why don't you do something? And it's like, okay, there you go. So for those of you in chat, you might see, help celebrate with a little hat emote thing, feel free to use it. That'd be awesome. But what we're doing today, we're just going to chat. We're just going to hang out. We could talk about all kinds of stuff. But most of all, we're going to be doing some tier lists. I'm going to put some music on for us. So that way, is that the emote? Is that the party popper emote? That's pretty cool. But yeah, we're going to be doing some tier lists. Things we're going to go over today. We're going to do Adeptus Volkun. Thank you very much for the congrats. And thank you for the 10 bits. Oh,
here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money.
Dollar.
thank you. Thank you for the 10 bits. But things we're going to go over, we're going to do school subjects and Baldur's Gate companions and characters. Let's see, I think I've got, what else do I have in there? I have D&D classes. And a lot of what we're going to cover today in our tier lists are mainly things that we do here on the channel. Whenever someone raids in, I always introduce myself as Val. I'm gonna break your heart. I'm gonna break your heart. I'm gonna break your heart so bad. But every time someone raids in, I always introduce myself as, my name is Jotun Red Wolf. I'm a Viking VTuber, professional dungeon master. I play games like Baldur's Gate, Fallout 4, Baldur's Gate, Fallout, Elder Scrolls, and things like that. So we're going to cover those. I don't have an Elder Scrolls tier list because I couldn't find one that seemed like it wasn't just mentioning characters throughout. The only one that really has any companions is Skyrim, unless you count the Adoring Fan from Oblivion, which I don't. What's the butler that you get if you do the Shivering Isles content from Oblivion? Haskell's his name. I really don't count those ones. So we're not going to do an Elder Scrolls one. That would probably be a completely different thing. If Astarian's lower than S, I'm blocked. Well, Val, I guess you're going to have to put the block button on. You better get that button ready. Astarian's a very toxic character, but we're going to get into that. So I know I have strong opinions about characters in Baldur's Gate. You can fix it. Everyone can fix it. He's when we get to that tier list, we'll talk about it. He's definitely broken. But yeah, we're gonna go over a lot of the things that we do here on the channel. So we've got some D&D tier lists, like classes, alignments. I'll get to talk about why I believe as a dungeon master certain classes are bad, why I believe certain alignments are bad. You can only have an opinion if I've romanced. I can only, okay. Well, I haven't, but. But I've done his side quest, so I think I know enough about him to to pull that through. In terms of toxic, yeah, yeah. I don't know. He's a pretty toxic friend too. All you can see are the dancing globs? You mean Gloop and Gleep? Dirgestarian romance.
Ballin',
Hey!
ballin', ballin', Yarrow, ballin'. Awesome. Ballin', ballin', swag. Woman, I'm Lord of the Rings. I'm the Jarl of Whiterun. Holler if you need me.
Well, here we go. Welcome, Raiders. If Lady Kiara hasn't told you, my name is Jotun Redwolf. I'm a Viking VTuber. I play games like Baldur's Gate, Fallout, Pokemon, and other such things. How was your stream? What did you do? Thank you guys for the happy affiliate anniversary welcomes and greetings. Thank you so much. Can we get a shout out for Lady Kiara Rose, please? Jarl Ballin, exactly. For those of you who don't know what that's from the Manslayer YouTube poops. Those are hilarious, by the way. Anyways, Raiders, I understand that streaming can take its toll on the community and the streamer themselves, so please make sure that you are staying hydrated, that you're grabbing a bathroom break, you're doing any self-care rituals that you need to do, because your health is paramount here on the Jotun Redwolf channel. You're not required to stick around. We appreciate it if you do. Lady Kiara Rose, thanks for dropping the kids off at the pool. We'll take good care of them. I know, they're so good. They're so good. Oh, were you doing Zenless? I need to get back into Zenless. I haven't played it in a while. I stopped playing after I couldn't get Ellen in the one banner, and I lost my motivation for a while. There are a lot of really good characters in there though. What do I think of the lyric feet goal? There's a feet goal? Wait, wasn't it like 1 million? I thought she said it was 1 million subs. Did a little Star Rail story. Oh, okay. Cool. Today we're just doing tier lists. We're going to do school subjects. We're going to do Baldur's Gate companions. We're going to do D&D classes. I'm going to do Muppets too. So, thank you, B-Boggin. Thank you so much. Let me see. What do I have them on? D&D alignments, subclasses, Baldur's Gate characters, Muppets, Pokemon gym leaders, and because I am such a Hololive follower and simp, we're gonna do a Hololive talent tier list. So it's 100 subs. She really lowered the bar on that one. No, no offense to lyric. She really lowered the bar on that one. Before she's like, oh, 1 million subs, and now it's 100. I think she could get 100 subs. But again, welcome, Raiders. We're just getting started. We're really like less than 15 minutes in. She lowered it to her. I don't. Yeah, it's floor level now. It's within stepping range. I had to mute briefly so I could open my my can of Monster so it didn't like blow out your eardrums. But yes, we're gonna do some tier lists. We're gonna chat. We can talk about whatever. ASM, yeah, the can ASMR. Let me get my playlist going here. We're going to listen to some 80s synthwave. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. It was done by the amazing Cymations. They are also a streamer, but let me give them a shout out. Should be linked below. Hold on. Yes. So Cymations is my VTuber single parent. They did the art, they've done the rigging, they did a lot of cool things with us. So I'm very, very proud. I've had this model for 3 years. I've had this model since I started. The only other alternate models that I have are my small models. I have 2 little chibi models. One is Tiny Joe, as the community calls him, and Josephine, who is the girl model. Because they're like, oh, you need to have a girl model. I'm like, I do? Well, evidently I do. But yeah. But today we're going to listen to some music from White Bat Audio. Does amazing stuff. We're going to listen to some 80s synthwave because I like 80s synthwave. And if you do too, I suggest that you listen to some White Bat Audio. Great channel on YouTube. I just want to make sure the music's not too loud. Let's see. Can you guys hear it okay? If I'm at a... Oh, that's a little loud for me. There we go. Sweet. All right, so if the volume on a scale from 1 to 10, if I'm at a 5, what is the music at? Because I want the music to be a little bit lower than what I am. If you guys don't mind being my my tech crew. Music's at a 3? Okay, cool. I appreciate that. So you can still hear it, but it's not like overwhelming me, correct? Right? Gotcha. Cool beans. All right. Now we're going to start with this tier list. I want to do school subjects to get it out of the way because who likes school, really? You listen to twerp. Oh, I do like twerp. I love twerp. I love twerp. They're really, really cool. One of my favorite songs is Synthesize Her. That's a really, really good song. But yeah. We're gonna start with school because let's face it, a lot of us have been to school, so we can all relate to this. Right? So a lot of these you might not have had in school yourself, and if I haven't had it in school, it's probably gonna go in D tier. And obviously we're going to be filled with opinions and probably pop-up ads as I look at my screen. If you have the spoons, resist dirge with a Styrian romance will change. See, again, I have strong opinions on the companions in Baldur's Gate. I believe all of them are cardboard cutouts, and they are all the same person. The only thing that separates them is the voice acting. That's where I stand. Okay, not all of them are like that, but a majority of them are, and I just can't. So let's see. Let's start with school subjects. Down here we have robotics. I never had robotics in school. That wasn't something that was in school for me. Let me see here. Can I pop out what can I pop out here? Because I want to be able to see chat while I do these. I think I can. There we go. Yeah, so let's see. So they've got robotics, they've got algebra, history, drama, geography, personal finance, art, math, chemistry, debate, biology, geometry, physical education, philosophy, psychology, sex ed, religion, sports, languages, woodworking, English, calculus, physics, band, and music. So again, if I haven't had these classes in school, I might put them in D tier, but I think in fairness to the classes themselves, if I would have had this class in school, I probably would have taken it. So I might rank them that way. B-Bogga says, your first foray into sex education was in grade 4 where our librarian read us a pop-up book. My first foray into it was, so we're in elementary school getting ready to transition into going into middle school. So for us, at least in my school district, it was 4th grade into 5th grade. So in 4th grade, they separated the boys and the girls. They put the girls in one room, they put the boys in another room, and then they had, you know, doctors talk to us, and it's like, oh, you know, your body's going to go through some changes. So they gave the boys deodorant, and they gave the girls their feminine hygiene napkins, or whatever you want to call those. See, jokes on them. Yeah. But I mean, if you break it down, like, you know, some of the boys were like, oh, those are really cool, and then they would like trade their deodorant with the girls for their pads, and then they would like stick them on things. It was, my school was odd, okay, you know, but yeah, that was our first foray into it. And then in high school, like, we had health class all the way through. Like in middle school, from 5th grade up to 8th grade, we had health class, and then in high school they taught us sex ed. I hope those boys are doing well too. I'm pretty sure they ate the paint in art class. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure. But I think in fairness to the classes, if I would have had them in school, or if I think that this is a class that should be taught in school, I'll rank it that way. I think that's probably better, as opposed to like my own opinion on it, and when it's like, oh, I didn't have this, so obviously I can't rank it. I think they could also be respectful. Yeah, they can totally be respectful of women and still eat paint. But a lot of people I know that have eaten lead-based paint are not very good people. At least they're not kind to others. It's definitely the paint. But let's see. Let's start with robotics. We'll start at the top and we'll go from there. Robotics, I think, would be an A tier class. I really think that there's a lot to be said for learning something, especially when our society is moving towards futuristic advances. You know, people who have limited mobility in their limbs, or they might not have a limb or something like that. Like, robotics works out well in that case, especially in the cases of manufacturing. So I would say robotics, learning that in school would have been really cool, but I never had a robotics class. So I'd put that in A tier. I would say robotics would be an A tier class. Algebra. Algebra immediately goes into D tier. Numbers are the bane of my existence. I dislike numbers. And this is coming from someone who's played 2nd edition and 1st edition Dungeons and Dragons, where you literally need a degree in some kind of mathematics to understand it. Let's see. Robotics assholes are in some kind of engineering now, and some of them aren't interested. Yeah. I'm not saying like. I'm saying in general, like, the advancements that could be made with those classes. Yeah, but that's a specific. That's a very specific instance. Like, you could take any of these classes and find something that someone is not utilizing it to its fullest potential, you know. I'm trying to think the best way. No, I appreciate you being involved, I do. But like a lot of these, you could take these and say, oh, they should be doing this with it, and they rightly should. But at the same time, it's like, if this class was taught in school, it could help springboard you into a career mindset where it's like, oh, this is something that I want to do. Oh, Arcane, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. All the kids who are in districts who had robotics. Yeah. That's the sad thing. It's like they kind of got caught up in stuff that probably changed what they intended on doing, or they might have wanted to do that all along. It's hard to say. Yeah, it's money. A lot of people go where the money goes, but that's how careers work.
Here we go.
Nonsense.
Money talk.
Here comes the
Holy
money.
crap! Thank you for the 3,000 bits. What the heck? Can we get a shout out for Nemesis, please? Holy crap! Thank you. That is so much. Are you okay? Are you good? Are you okay, Nem? Are you good? Please don't give that much. Okay. Are you okay? Listen, anyone who gives me any denomination of money, whether it's like 10 cents to $10, I'm like, you good? You know where that money's going, right? This goofy guy here. Are you okay? Like, listen, okay, so I know the breakdown of bits, okay? I've been streaming for 3 years. I would think that I know the breakdown of bits. So 3,000 is like $30. But still, that is still $30 that's a tank of gas. Or that's a meal at a decent restaurant. Like, to me, that's money. That's I mean, obviously it's money. You spent money to buy the bits, and anyways, but that's money, man. Oh, Nem. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Oh man. I'm gonna say this as a personal history buff, though, as we jump back into the tier list. You just play 80. Oh no. Do you drive a truck? Or are you in an area where it's like they feel like they could just saturate they could inflate the prices? Do you live in California? If you live in California, gas prices are ridiculous. I live in rural Ohio. So it's not great. But for me, $30 is a tank of gas. Rock Talos. Thank you for the follow. Gas is above 5. Oh, that's disgusting. No, you don't want to come to rural Ohio. They don't like people in my area. I'm a stone's throw away from West Virginia. The Annabelle doll. Look, I'm gonna go on a tangent here. The Annabelle doll was less than a stone's throw away from where I lived, literally across the river. Someone took that demonic possessed doll and brought her down to where I live, and I have not been having a good time since. But thanks, Nem. Thank you so much. Quick congrats. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, friend. Yeah. She came down the river, and now things have not been okay in my world ever since. Yeah, like Arcane, like I'm paying like $3 a gallon. I'm paying around $3 a gallon. That's why I'm like, oh, I could fill up my tank for $30. Which I'm not trying to rub that in or anything. I'm just saying, like, the disconnect between how much gas is out in other parts of the country as opposed to where I'm at is insane. Not West Virginia. Mountain Mama, take me home, country roads.
Falling,
Hey! Oh my God!
Yarrow, falling, swag. Woman, I'm Lord of the Rings. I'm the Jarl of Whiterun. Holler if you need me.
Welcome, Raiders. Pause the music real quick. Welcome, Raiders.
I don't know what's going on anymore. He's so cool, but he's so goddamn dumb.
If fate hasn't told you, my name is Jotun Red Wolf. I'm a Viking VTuber, professional dungeon master, streamer of Stormkeep, and we play games like Baldur's Gate, Fallout, Pokemon, and other such things. How was your stream? What did you do? We got a hype training coming. Oh no.
going on
No.
He's so cool, but he's so goddamn dumb.
Oh, there it is.
Some of them are doing, you assuming I'm a human. What I gotta do to get it to you? Superhuman, innovative, and I made a rubber. So that anything you say is take it off on me and it'll do you. Devastating, more than ever demonstrating how to give a motherfucking audience a feeling like it's levitating, ever fading, and another hater. So forever waiting for the day to take a day. I fell off to be celebrating, cause I know the way to get it motivated. I make elevating music, you make elevator music. Oh, he's too mainstream, but that's what they do when they get jealous and confuse it. It's not hip hop, it's pop, cause I found a killer way to fuse it with rock, shock rap.
I love the music, man. I never get to hear this.
I don't know how to make songs like that. I don't know what words to use.
But Raiders.
No.
I'll take the sippy. There we go. So let me greet you all, and then I will address the influx of subs that you guys have given us. Thank you so much. But Raiders, I understand that streaming can take its toll on the community and the streamer themselves, so please make sure that you are staying hydrated, that you're grabbing a bathroom break, that you're doing any self-care rituals that you need to do, because your health is paramount here on the Jotun Red Wolf channel. You're not required to stick around. We appreciate it if you do. Fate, thanks for dropping the kids off at the pool. We'll take good care of them. No! What is that? Damn it, BT. All right, so, wowzers. Fate, thank you for the resub. BT, thank you for the Prime sub. Holy crap. Yeah, thank you for the Prime sub. Bobo, thank you for gifting a community sub to who did it say? Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. I missed everything. Thank you for gifting a sub to Thickish. Also, friends, BT, thanks for gifting 10 community subs. Friends, if you've received a gift sub from BT, please make sure that you thank him. He's a wonderful person. Completely unnecessary. Again, are you okay? You good? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to dump on a silly anime boy on the internet. I hope that y'all are okay. But thank you for gifting a sub to Jason is Bored, Lady Kiara Rose, Now That's Corn, David the Nomi, Star Kitty, Val Whoops, Lady Mags, Digital Valkyrie, and Beast of Bifrost.
Here comes the money.
Thank you for the 2,000 bits. Are you good? Are you good? Stop doing stuff. What is that? Happy 3 years. Yeah, you're legit entering your credit card information. It's banana. He's not. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. BT's never okay. Nem, thank you for the 2,000 bits. But I'm also a silly anime. But this is true. This is true. Yeah, stop doing stuff. Y'all, calm down. I don't think I've ever had a hype train that high. I'm not trying to get you guys to continue doing what you're doing, but you guys are phenomenal, and I thank you for all the support you've given the community over the 3 years that I've streamed. I've been a streamer of Stormkeep for a little over. Well, how long have I been a streamer of Stormkeep? Someone asked Druid. You got to go eat and pick up Druid. That's fine. That's fine. Fate, do what you got to do. I'll watch them. I'll make sure that they're okay. I can't speak for all of them. If one of them gets into the deep end of the pool and they didn't have floaties, well, that's on them. That's totally on them. Let's see. Kubo, good evening, my friend. Still at work. Had to make sure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We just started our stream stuff. We just started our tier list, so
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money.
Wow, whoops, thank you so much for the 550 gay bits, specifically gay bits. They get to hang out with every other bit because we are equal opportunity here. DeMarco, then I'm going to do the deep. Just try and stop me. I need a drowning emote. Speaking of which, we do have new emotes in process of being made, so we will have those. Mr. Bobo, Mr. Bobo, for you, because it's my because it's my 3 years, and I don't tend to say a lot of words in that regard. So this is special for you. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Mr. Bobo Mountaincock, thank you for gifting a sub to Lina Steele, Great to Be a Gator, Kumo, Bobo Loves Cheese, and Steezy MPZ. That's all you get. That's all you get. He said it. He said it. If you clip it, I'll delete the clip. Yeah, thank you for gifting. Again, if you got a gifted sub, please make sure that you're the potty mouth on this anime boy. Listen, 3 years does a lot to you. I'm jaded to the ways of the internet. I've found 4chan. Anyway. The most polite sir gentleman said that word unsubscribed because it's not yours. Oh my god. I'm dying. Anyway. But yes, thank you for gifting subs, my friends. Well, we are now at a level 7 hype train. Fantastic, wonderful. Kumo, get back to work. We're gonna try to complete these tier lists. To be in the mountains. There it is. I still won't say the other C word though. That's a word I don't use. But welcome Raiders, welcome everybody. Please make sure that you're taking care of yourselves. Don't spend too much money on a silly anime boy on the internet. The support is definitely appreciated, but do make sure that you're taking care of yourselves first. Make sure that you're eating, you're staying hydrated, pay your bills, that kind of thing. Granted, this helps me pay my bills, but at the same time, I look out for you guys. I want you guys to be okay. All right. So, what were we doing? Getting distracted. All right, we're gonna go back to the 80s synthwave playlist. There it is. And then we were talking about school classes. Before I was so rudely interrupted. No, it wasn't rude. It wasn't rude. I'm gonna say as a personal history buff, I think that there are great merits to learning history and knowing what's come before. And I'm not talking about like a biased history. I'm talking about like the most unbiased history that you can go through. Because they say that history is written by the victors, right? Well, because who else is going to write it? However, history is very important. People who don't learn from history are condemned to repeat it. So I'm going to say history is an S tier class. I'm also going to say that drama is also an S tier class. I wish I had drama in high school. I have to say that as a presumably white man. I am. I'm very much of the pale skins. I am what the natives of this land would have disliked and sent me back on the boats. Rural Ohio, yeah. Yeah. But no, as someone who is very ingrained in history, like I love world history. I loved learning it. I found it extremely interesting. I don't burn in the sun. Actually, I tan very well. As a farm boy, I tan really well. I have a farmer's tan. That is what I have. So anyone out there who's going to draw any fan arts of a farm tanned Jotun, feel free. Drop my favorite history podcast. I don't listen to history podcasts. I read history books on my own. I don't much care for listening to podcasts. That's just me though. That's just me. Guys, thank you so much. Let's see. Whoa, we got a hype cast. What do we get? Goblin Jam. Heck yeah, look at that. Look at that little guy. We got 18 subs, a lot of bits. Excuse me. I love that little dancing goblin guy. He's like my new favorite person. But as someone who wished they'd taken drama in high school, I used to study on my own Shakespeare. I used to read Shakespeare on my own for fun. So I wish I had done it in high school because I only really started getting into drama and acting in college, and I wish I had done it sooner. I think drama is an S tier class. I think it teaches you how to handle situations, believe it or not. It teaches you how to handle situations that you might not be apt to handle. Teaches you how to regulate some of your emotions, how to pull on certain emotions, and actually how to interact with people better. You got this, but you can't see what it is. It's a pack it up. It's a little bear with a he's got the little his little hobo pack. He's got his little hobo pack, like the little stick with the kerchief and stuff in there. It's pretty cool. That's a lot of them. I have a lot of those ones. I have the mega consume. Sorry, I had to mute because I had to cough. Geography. It's important to know where things are, and there's a difference between geography, geometry, and geology. One is the lay of the land, one is shapes, and the other is rocks. It's important to know, but geography, I'd put it a B tier. That's a B tier class. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, BT's just flexing the hype train emotes. I don't have the most important one. What's the most important one? I don't know what that one is. Oh, that one?
There's only one word to describe you, and I'm gonna
Spell it out for you. S-A-W-F-T. Soft. There it is. That's how you spell soft, for those of you who don't know. It's incorrect. It's very incorrect. We haven't gotten to English yet, but yeah. Yeah, Twitch does some of the emotes, yep. Let's see. Personal finance. This I'm going to rate as an S tier class. They didn't teach it in my school, and they should. They should teach people how to do their taxes. They should teach people.
Impossible, see the invisible. Row, fight the power.
Loud noises.
Row, fight the power. What you gonna do is what you wanna do. Just break the rule, then you see the truth. You see the beat and the cheat. Cool, baby. Row, fight the power.
Mr. Bobo, thank you for redeeming third. Bobo, thank you for redeeming second. And BT, you tried. But personal finance, I think they should teach that in school. They should teach everyone how to do their taxes. They should teach people how to change a tire. They should teach people how to cook, clean, sew. You know, home ec is a very, very, very important class. Yeah, home ec needs to be a priority class for everybody. But I still think personal finance, teaching you how to, balance a checkbook, or knowing, how much interest you're going to get on a loan. It's a valid life skill for people who leave high school, that aren't living at home with their parents anymore, that are going to have to get a job and know how to manage themselves. It's an S tier class to me. It's an S tier class to me. Yeah. What's next here? Art. So I'm not good at art. The only thing I can do is I can make maps. I do think that it's a good class. I don't think I never had a bad time in an art class, but I never like looked forward to art. Yeah, we wouldn't have to do taxes if the government told us how much they owe, how much we owe, because they have that data. And then if you do your taxes wrong, they're like, you screwed up, you're in trouble. But you knew what I needed to owe. Why didn't you just tell me and I give that to you? Because taxation is theft. That's why. Taxation is theft. Always has been. Anyway. But art, like I've never had a bad art class. But I've never like looked forward to art other than like in elementary school. It's like, oh, we get to go to art class, and then we cut stuff out of like cardboard and stuff like that. Like I'm gonna put art in B tier. It's not bad, but it's not like I appreciate people who can do art, which is why I pay my artists well for the work that they do. Math, D tier. I'm not gonna get into it. I already said algebra. Algebra is math with letters, and you stay out of my alphabet. That's all I gotta say. Chemistry. I've had some chemistry classes. I did have an experience with a chemistry teacher who she was very absent. Not as if like she was never there, but she was there physically, but not always there. Like the lights were on, but nobody was home. And I'm sure she had a lot of stuff going on, but she was out of it a majority of the time. So I don't feel like I got the most out of my chemistry classes. So I'm gonna put chemistry down in the C tier. I think chemistry is cool. Chemical reactions are cool. Like that's where I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put that one there. Explosions, yeah, it's cool if you can do like the cool reaction stuff. In 6th grade, before we could have chemistry, we just had science. We had to do science projects, but our school made it that you had to do the science fair, so everyone did a science fair project. I think it was because they had a low turnout for the science fair like the last couple years, so they made it mandatory. And I had done one on acids and bases, and I did like lemon juice and bleach and ammonia and things like that. Well, when we were done presenting, I had to, dispose of my stuff. Well, there's the science sink in the room, and you would think someone who had just done something on acids and bases would know not to mix certain things. Well, I poured a bunch of stuff down this sink in the science lab, and I almost caused a bad chemical reaction. I almost caused a really bad chemical reaction with the what was it? It's the ammonia and the bleach and stuff like that. So I wasn't thinking, because I'm like, oh look, I'm done, and I get to pour it all out, and I didn't think I should have poured it and flushed it. I just poured them all at once. So we had to evacuate the room, and the teacher, we're just gonna call him Mr. B. Mr. B ushered us all out, and he just kind of looked at me. He's like, Joe, you're not supposed to do that. I said, I know. I know now. So that's my experience with chemistry at an early age before an actual chemistry class. Bobo, let's see. Hey, go ahead, go sleep, go rest. You guys take care of yourselves, please, please, please. Yeah, I definitely made like I made a bad gas, but thankfully Mr. B was quick on it, and he helped flush it down with whatever solvents they add to that to keep it from being really bad. But we had to evacuate the classroom. Everyone was thankful because they didn't have to do their projects. But at the same time, it's like, it could have been really, really bad. Anyway, that was my experience with chemistry. Before an actual chemistry class. Debate. Maybe if they had taught that sooner, if they taught chemistry sooner, that wouldn't have happened. Debate. I like debates. I like debating things. I like that kind of stuff. So debate's gonna go in A tier for me. I like doing like the research for debates. I like doing just like impromptu debates. Those to me, those are good. Biology. I like biology class too. Biology is going to go in A tier because science is important, everybody. I remember in high school we dissected a frog in middle school. We dissected a flatworm in middle school. And then we dissected a fetal pig. Yeah, not chemistry. Chemistry is important. But for me, it's like if they had taught it to me earlier, I wouldn't have made a chemical reaction like that. But we dissected a fetal pig in first year biology, and then second bio 2, which I had signed up for, but I decided to drop. I decided to drop that because I wanted to take a different class. Bio didn't like interest me, to the point where it's like, oh, because I think, and I mean, this is how they taught you that kind of stuff. You dissect animals. In bio 2, you dissected a cat. And I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to dissect a cat. The fetal pig was okay because I grew up on a farm, and farm animals seem different to me than that. Yeah. So I only did bio 1 where we did the pig. So, I'll say, yeah. How many people got? Yeah. Well, I mean, if they took the class, I think they knew what they were getting into. But a lot of like, there were a lot of like the popular girls. I'm talking like the ones that you'd see in like the movie Mean Girls, like Gretchen Wieners and Regina George and stuff like that. Like those girls that thought that they could handle it and they couldn't, and then they had to like excuse themselves from the class. Yeah, that happened. Yeah, so there were a lot of people that couldn't literally stomach it. Meanwhile, we got extra credit if we could get like the brain and the spinal cord all out. Like the nerve, like the cord itself, not the spine. If we could get the brain and the spinal cord out of the pig. So I got an A+ in bio. So it was fun. To me, I like doing that, but at the same time, I grew up on a farm. That kind of stuff I was completely desensitized to. I was very desensitized to it. But yeah, I liked bio. I like taking bio. It's fun. Geometry. I took geometry in college because it was either I take pre-calculus or I could take geometry and still meet my math credit. And I was like, well, I'm gonna do summer geometry, and I took summer geometry, but it was an okay class. I put it C tier. I'd put C tier for geometry. Your frog had kidney tumors. I'm trying to think if I don't think any of our pigs had anything. I'd heard tales from like what the cats had, but I don't want to really get into that for anybody. but yeah, like it's interesting. Like when you get inside the animal and you take a look at their organs and the way that they work, the layout is interesting. The layout's interesting. Phys ed, as someone who is physically active as a farmer, the actual rudimentary phys ed stuff, the only thing I really always had a problem with was like climbing the rope. And I'm only saying this because I don't do well with heights, and it's because I have vertigo and dyskinesia. So if I go up to a certain height and my ears pop, I pass out. And that was one of the things I was always afraid of. So when I told the gym teachers, it's like, I can't climb this, and I'd give them a doctor's note, they would ignore it and make me do it anyway. You know, welcome to like early 90s schools. So phys ed is important, but at the same time, it's like, you know, we had to pass, they had what was called, what was it? It was the US fitness test. We had the US fitness test, and you had to be able to do like so many jumping jacks and so many pull-ups and stuff like that. Yeah, and if I fell from the rope, it's my fault. Exactly. But I you know, I'd give them a doctor's note, and then they'd be like, no, you got to do it anyway. Everybody else has to. And they'd be like, oh, it's not that high. That's what you would get. Oh, it's not that high. Talk about toxic gym teachers. Phys ed, I'm important, but I'm gonna put it C tier. Not the greatest, but the presidential fitness test. Thank you, DeMarco. Thank you. Don't be a wuss. Just do it. Yeah, that's 90s logic. Yeah, they would call you, like, they would use the word sissy. They're like, don't be a sissy, and you know, obviously things like that. It was disgusting. You know, thinking back on it, you know, that was the way that they brought everybody up. And it's bad. You need to take this course again because you're obviously not healthy. Sir, my lungs don't function. Coach, my brain tells me that if I go too high and I need to not go high no more and I'm going to pass out, well, tell your brain to stop it. Yeah, reasons to skip class. But you know, all humor aside, physical education, yes, important, but I don't like the way that I was particularly taught phys ed. Yes, absolutely. I'm going to say that I don't believe that there has been maybe more than let's see, within the last 50 years, probably 2 presidents could have passed the presidential fitness test. One of them would have been Jimmy Carter, and the other one would have been Barack Obama. Those are probably the only 2 that would have passed the presidential fitness test. But Jimmy Carter built houses. He built houses. That man was always active. He definitely could have done it. Not any of the other ones though. But then again, I can't speak for some of the other ones like George W. and Bill Clinton, but I would say thanks, Bubba. Anyway, where were we? Philosophy. I think philosophy is important. I like talking philosophy with people. I don't like when people try to philosophize non-philosophical topics. I don't know how to fully describe that, but I hope that comes across as... I mean, you can philosophize anything. You know, Plato, Nietzsche, all that stuff. Nietzsche. Sorry, I said his name wrong. Apologies from beyond the grave. Socrates, Sun Tzu. I think I'm just mentioning philosophers from epic rap battles of history, But even though it's still about the same. Eldersaurus Fen, hello. Thank you for the first time chat. Hello, welcome. Hope you're doing well. I like philosophy. I'll put it A tier. I'll put philosophy A tier. Let's see, who else was an epic rap house hit? So it was Socrates, Voltaire, and Nietzsche, and then Sun Tzu, Confucius, and Lao Tzu. Again, all great philosophers. Now, if you teach utilitarianism to people with problems, you get this. Yeah, you do, but that's funny. I like that one. That was good. It's very true, though. It's very true. Cro-Magnon man could not understand philosophy. Psychology. I like psychology. I took a psychology class in high school, and the teacher who taught it, no offense to her, but she was more focused on trying to keep her class under control as opposed to teaching, which I feel is not a detriment. It's not telling of her. It's more telling of it's not her inability to teach. It was her ability to keep her class under control and stay on topic. Also, thank you, Elder Source. Thank you. But I think if she would have been able to rein in her class with a little bit more, discipline, like, hey, we're staying on task, everybody be quiet, if she would have at least said that once, I think it would have helped. But she was kind of a very soft-spoken person, and my school was full of jerks, and the other students in my class were not very kind to her. They kind of like walked all over her and stuff like that. So again, I took psychology in high school, and then I took it again in college. But I remember talking about Sigmund Freud, who has a very wild idea of like how everything about the human psyche is tied to sex. And I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. Darshaisa, hello, welcome. You did. I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of guys do. But like they say that every man Freud had this theory, and I'm not trying to teach anything. I'm trying to do tier lists here. But Freud had this theory of like every man marries his mother, or he finds qualities in a partner that are that reminiscent of his mother, the Oedipus complex. And then and then it was the same thing with women and their fathers. It's like that's weird. Where are you going with that? Like, I like learning psychology. So I'm gonna put that in B tier. I like learning psychology, but some of it just kind of like, nah. Sex ed. Just admit you're a freaking on. Yeah, if you like feet, you like feet. Whatever. Sex ed. Very important. It's important to know that when you insert part A into part B, that baby can happen. But I also think that sex ed needs to be more than just reproductive. You need to learn about like safe sex, STDs, I think sex ed should also include, talking about like hormones more. It needs to talk more about that, but I don't think that it does outside of, how long it's been since I had a sex ed class? I was in freaking high school. Consent, yes. Like it needs to teach some other not, above the, you talk about like icebergs, right? You talk about icebergs and like how deep the iceberg goes, and you only see the stuff on the surface. You need to go over more than just the surface stuff, like girl have boob, boy have pee-pee, and that's all that they teach you, and it's not comprehensive enough to glean information from. But and also sexual, exactly, that's the below the surface thing, because most sex ed classes only teach you about heterosexual relationships. That's all they teach you about. So they need to teach more in those classes, I think. But at the rate things are going, people aren't going to want to teach that anymore, and then they're just going to assume that we're all just animals out there, rutting like freaks in the woods. Yeah, everyone was too embarrassed to ask questions, or the questions that would be asked, some goofy jock would raise his hand and be like, oh, can you say the word erection? And then everyone in the class giggles. Actually, Val, my high school health teacher, he had it so that way you could write down questions leading up to the week of the class, right? You could up to the like he's like, oh, we're gonna cover sex ed next week. He had a little drop box near his desk, and then you could submit questions. You didn't have to say who it was from, but you just had to put your questions in there, and he would answer them because he knew that some of us would be embarrassed. Yeah. Guys, you should know that women have a monthly visitor. Girls, you need to understand that guys get blood flow to certain places. That's your sex ed. Yeah, and yeah, you're leaving out the kids with the genders in between, and there are other things. Your hormones. Again, sex ed needs to be taught. I believe sex ed is an A tier class. It is an A tier class. I'd put it in S tier, but they don't teach a broader spectrum of things. So I don't think that it's viable to be an S tier class yet. Okay, here's where I'm probably going to lose some, if not all, of everybody. Religion should not be in schools. D. It's D tier. Don't teach religion in schools. If you go to a Catholic school, that's fine. Don't push religion in schools, because you're going to have students of different religious denominations that don't want to learn about Christianity, because that's all that's being taught in schools is Christianity. You're not teaching Hinduism. You're not teaching Judaism. You're not teaching those particular religions. You're only teaching one religion. So that's why religion needs to stay out of schools. That's all I'm going to say on that. That is all I'm going to say on that. Sports. I played sports in school. I enjoyed the time that I played sports in school. I did basketball. I did cross country. I did basketball and cross country. They wanted me to do track, but I didn't want to do track because they told us that we always had to do a field event. That we had to do a field event, and I didn't want to do a field event because I didn't want to throw shot put. I didn't want to throw javelin. I didn't want to do long jump. So yeah, I did basketball. I'm also tall. I'm also tall, so I'm built for basketball. I like sports. I like sports. I would put sports in, I'd put it in A tier. Now, these are in no particular order. These are in no particular order. I'm just putting them in there. Let's see. Languages. We do languages. I wish they taught more languages in school. All they taught us was Spanish and French. I wish I could have learned more. You may fall asleep. Why are you gonna fall asleep? It's okay. If you fall asleep, it's okay. You're allowed to fall asleep. Languages, I'm going to put that in B tier. I wish they had taught us more than just Spanish and French. And in order to graduate with honors, outside of being in National Honor Society, which is also a cult, by the way, I have very strong opinions about things. I'll just, okay. No, that's, listen, Bob, you gotta go ahead. Yeah, I am built for dunking a ball, exactly. I understand. I'm not hurt. You were here for a little bit, that's fine. No worries. No harm, no foul. It's all good. Languages. Yeah, I wish they would have taught more than just Spanish and French, but in order to graduate with honors outside of National Honor Society, you had to have 3 years of a foreign language, and I didn't want to learn French. I decided to learn Spanish, and I think I would have done better in French. In middle school, we had a teacher who she taught us because our school years were broken up into like 9-week periods. Every 9 weeks, she would teach us a little bit of a different language. She taught us some German. She taught us some Japanese, and I really like the Japanese stuff, and I wish we had done more, but you know, we ended up not doing that. So I'm gonna put that in B. Woodworking. That would be shop class. I already knew how to do a lot of woodworking from working on the farm, but like making shelves and things like that, I never really did much woodworking. I don't think it's bad. It's an okay class, but it's a lot of, when I was in school, it was a lot of the kids that didn't want to do actual classwork, so they would just sit around and dork around and shop, and didn't really do much. English. As someone who likes reading plays, and spelling is very important to me. As someone who does a lot of writing and storytelling, I think English is very high. But then again, that's my first, like, I speak 2 languages. I speak 2 languages very fluently. I speak English and I speak bad English. So I'm gonna put English in A tier. I liked reading. I liked doing book reports. I always did the Book It program at Pizza Hut, where it's like, oh, you read a book, and if you bring in, you know, your little booklet thing that you read your book, you got a free personal pan pizza. And that was the highlight of my time with reading, is that I would read when I was younger, and I would get a pizza for it. You know, you basically rewarding me with food, and that's the best motivator for me. You want me to do something? Feed me. I will do it. There's also my 3rd grade English teacher. She's since passed, but Mrs. Ambrose. She really kindled my passion for reading. Like she would always give me like books that she thought that I would like to read. Like I read things like The Boxcar Children, Goosebumps, like R.L. Stine books. I think I read a few of the Babysitter's Club books, but I think that's because that's what she had available in her room. But I didn't mind them. I liked them. They were okay. But I love to read. So to me, English kind of encompasses reading too. Calculus. You can go D tier. In fact, I dislike calculus, but not as much as I dislike the religion. So Physics. I loved physics, but I didn't take it in high school. I remember the physics class in high school, they do a lot of their experiments in the hallway outside of our classrooms, and we'd hear them having a lot of fun, like rolling bowling balls down the hallway and stuff like that. Yeah, I'd hate it for them. Put physics. Like, I like physics in its idea, so it's gonna go above like actual math classes, but pretty low on the tier list. Pretty low on the tier list. Band. I was never in band. I dated a girl in high school who was in band, and she ended up being a very big stalker. And I couldn't hang out with any of the other band kids that I was friends with because she was always there. So I have bad PTSD from band, from someone who was in band that I was not in band, but I wasn't in band. I'm gonna put band at the top of D tier because I was never in band. Music class though, like music, like singing, I liked choir. I liked our choir class. Our school even had like a music program where they would do performances and things like that. I liked that. That was pretty cool. So I'm gonna put music at the end of C tier, just ahead of band. That seems okay. In college, you couldn't take physics until you... Oh, geez. Well, I mean, I guess I see that. I guess I see and understand that. Yeah, that makes sense. But that is our school subject tier list. We've got other tier lists to do. We're not done. We're far from done. So let's see. Let me do this. That way I can actually like screen cap it. Save it. What is it? School tier list. There we go. Nice. Sweet. Hitzer! Happy Twitch anniversary, thank you. You were like, space is cool, and then had to learn how to calculate trajectories. Jeez. Yeah, it does. It takes away the magic. You know what also takes the magic away from physics? The Big Bang Theory. But we're not gonna talk about that in the show either. Sorry, that was a bad joke. Sorry. Let's see. Bop. Okay. Moving on. We're gonna talk about D&D alignments. The show. The television show, not the actual Big Bang. The actual Big Bang is really cool because something came from nothing. It was like, oh. But this one here is D&D alignments. D&D alignment tier list. Now, as a dungeon master, as someone who is a forever DM and rarely plays, alignments are important, or at least they were. The modernization of the game and how things have changed has made it where alignments are obsolete because people are just going to act the way they are. And that's fine. Honestly, I think alignment has always been subjective. I dislike the dichotomy of good and evil in D&D games because maybe I want my red dragon to be the good guy mentor for the party. And, you know, or maybe I want the paladin to be the BBEG, you know, a lawful good paladin. But I want to talk about these alignments in terms of like how accurate they are to be played at a table. And what I mean is, I know a lot of people will make arguments and whatnot of like, oh, this character from fiction meets this alignment, or this one. The way alignment needs to be viewed, in my esteemed professional dungeon master opinion, is that the alignment that is stated is the alignment in which your character leans most towards while still maintaining, you know, a level of humanity, where like, yeah, you could still be evil, but you're not going to kick a puppy. Or your character is still good, but you know that if you obey this law, that would be bad. It's exclamation point D&D, I think, Val. Yeah, pro. Thank you. There it is. But when we talk about alignments, you know, your character is never the same alignment the entire time. But you can tend to be this particular alignment more often than not. Like, if you're a lawful good character, yeah, you're going to obey the law, but, you know, you're not going to let every bad guy go, you know, and that kind of thing. But I'm going to rank these in terms of the actuality of them being capable of being played at a table. And obviously this is a subjective list. Mine is not the be-all end-all list. And you should take this with a grain of salt, because it's impossible to fully envelop yourself within one alignment and play it. So we'll use the S, A, B, C, D tier here to determine, like, S is, you know, these tend to be your players that, you know, these are the alignments in which your players are going to fall into more often than not. No, it is not necessary. It is not necessary. In earlier editions of the game, certain classes, you could only be certain alignments. Like, bards could not be lawful. You could not be a lawful bard. Paladins had to be lawful good. Druids had to be a modicum of neutral. They had to be somewhere within neutral. Like, they could be chaotic neutral, neutral evil, lawful neutral, but they couldn't have, they couldn't be lawful good. They couldn't be chaotic good. They had to be chaotic neutral or lawful neutral, because to them, nature had to remain neutral in a sense. No, that was third edition. That was third edition that they did that. Second edition also had certain races couldn't be certain classes, which is a whole other animal. You know, like dwarves couldn't be wizards. Why? I don't understand why. Second edition was filled with problems from the 70s and 80s, okay? So we're just gonna let that be its own thing. We're just gonna talk about alignment. So again, we're going to use these in terms of being able to actually be portrayed at a table from a DM's perspective, my perspective as a dungeon master, if I think that players can play these accurately without taking it too far. Chaotic Evil. A lot of people think Chaotic Evil, it is described in the third edition Player's Handbook as the Destroyer. They burn everything, they destroy everything. A chaotic evil character acts on their most violent impulses. Chaotic evil is easy to play, but it's also very disruptive. It is very disruptive. My advice for those who actually play with alignments, if you're going to allow a player to be chaotic evil, you have to give them some form of limiter, something that is going to keep them on track for the task. Yeah, they can go in and they can like start a fight with the barkeep, but don't let them burn down the bar. Does that make sense? Consequences for actions exist. But in terms of like playability, I think Chaotic Evil is definitely a C tier alignment. I don't think it's very easy to be played. Even though I said that it's very easy to play, it's not one that a lot of dungeon masters can kind of rein in. When you let your players go with a lit match, you're kind of stuck. You're kind of stuck with that lit match. Eventually the lit match becomes like a powder keg, the powder keg becomes a nuclear weapon, and so on, so on, and so forth. Chaotic Good. Actually, Chaotic Good, I think, is a very playable alignment. I think it's a very playable alignment in the sense that, you know, you have players that want to do the cool Jack Sparrow-y stuff, you know. I pilfered some gold from the guard, or I talked my way out of an interaction that should have gotten me thrown in jail, or, you know, it's like, oh, you know what, I'm gonna rob from the rich and give to the poor. Chaotic Good is a very, very easy alignment for players to play, because you want to do good, you're a good guy, but you still want to have like that freedom of you doing whatever it is you want. Chaotic Good, great alignment. I think it's a great alignment. I think most players who play, especially ones who watch things like Legends of Adventures or Critical Role, you know, people who watch and want to play D&D based on those things, they would play a Chaotic Good character. Chaotic Neutral. I stand by this. Chaotic Neutral is not the Chaotic Stupid alignment. I think it's the alignment of Edgelords and Wangrods. BT, thank you so much for all the gifted subs. Thank you for coming in with the raid. I really, really, really appreciate you, my friend. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. And that goes for everybody. If you guys have to go to sleep, if you can't stay, take care of yourselves. Go do what you got to do. But Chaotic Neutral, nobody can play Chaotic Neutral. I say this because they think they're being Chaotic Neutral. They're being Neutral Evil, and I will explain that when we get to Neutral Evil. Chaotic Neutral is an unplayable. It's an unplayable alignment, in my opinion, because nobody can do it properly. Nobody can skirt neutrality while being chaotic. Yeah, nobody can skirt neutrality while being chaotic. Now, that being said, yeah, chaotic neutral is not really like never let them know my next move. It's, you know, I'm bored, I'm going to do this. That is the I'm bored alignment. Players who cannot find themselves invested in the story, players who look at being wacky and zany and crazy without taking into consideration how disruptive that can be, that's not chaotic neutral. That's neutral evil. Again, I will explain that in a bit. Lawful evil. I think lawful evil, and I'm saying this. Lawful evil is the only evil alignment that I think is capable of being played at any given D&D table. If you want to be an evil character in a game, give your character a moral code that they follow, right? You know, I don't take prisoners, or, you know, my only end goal is to defeat this boss so I can take over. But lawful evil characters will have a means and a reason to want to work with a good aligned party. They will want to, they will follow the rule of law within civilized lands while still kind of bending the law to their own rules. Like, if there's a law against stealing, right? And they help the guards catch the thief who stole, let's say a thief stole a loaf of bread, but at the same time the lawful evil character was hungry. Well, yeah, they catch the thief, turn in the thief, but they couldn't find the stolen goods, therefore they've stolen them themselves. They've abided by the rule of law, they've turned in the culprit, and told a lie in the process. Lawful evil characters are very, very capable of being played at a table. So I would say lawful evil is an S tier alignment. Lawful good, again, people say lawful stupid. I think that's really dumb too. It's a very dumb contradiction. You can be a good person, and you physically cannot. See, that's also fair. So I want everyone to understand something. Whether you are yeehaw, F the law, or what have you, and take the Joker quote as you will. We live in a society. Laws exist in our society, and regardless of whether we agree with those laws or not, we still follow them. Unfortunately, we still follow them, and because we follow them, we are by in turn lawful. Those of us who have consciences, we are good. You know, we have empathy, we have feeling for others. We want to make sure that those who need assistance or help receive assistance and help. A majority of people who live within a good society where the rule of law is there, whether it's just law is a completely different animal, but we obey the laws like traffic laws. You don't run stop signs, you don't run red lights, and if you do, well, okay, but I'm using these as an example. You don't go out of your way to unalive somebody. You don't go out of your way to do these other sorts of things. If you are just a basic citizen within a society like that, you fall within that's within your job description. You are allowed to do that. You are permitted to do that because the law says you can. You know, you driving an ambulance, the law says that you can run red lights because you have to get these people to safety. Again, but lawful good, we're all lawful good to an extent. I mean, yeah, we can do cool, fun, zany things, but what I'm saying is as a whole, society is lawful good. So it's a very easy alignment to play. And whether we like it or not, we're all lawful good. But that's a different animal. We're talking as a whole. We're talking as society as a whole. Individually, there are permissions. But again, you can't fully just encompass one alignment. But as a whole, society is lawful good. This is where we'll hit some nerves. Lawful neutral. Lawful neutral is a very easy alignment to play because you obey the law of the land and you don't go out of your way to help anybody else. As long as it doesn't affect you. That's the mindset behind lawful neutral. As long as it doesn't affect you, obey the law, stay in your lane. As long as it doesn't affect you, that makes you lawful neutral. I'd say that's probably a B tier alignment. In that case, it's playable, but it's easy to play. Now here's where we're going to talk about the chaotic neutral evil thing. A lot of chaotic neutral players that I have had at my tables in my 25 years of running D&D, players who would do things for chaotic reasons, They didn't do it for chaotic reasons to benefit the party. They did it because they were bored. They did it because they wanted to benefit themselves. They wanted to get something out of it for themselves. Neutral evil is described as the selfish alignment. It is the alignment in which players choose and sometimes gloss over because they're like, oh, I don't want to be evil, but I still want to unalive that guy. And they go ahead and unalive that guy. Okay, you've done an evil act. Neutral evil is what players think chaotic evil is. Anyone can be neutral evil in a game. As long as you have selfish motivations and you're doing things for yourself and don't care how that thing happens, then you are neutral evil. Yeah, players who play chaotic neutral, 10 times out of 10, they're playing a neutral evil character. And there's no argument that exists out there that could change my mind. I'm saying that as someone who's run this game for 25 years and used alignment systems for about that long. There's no argument out there that could convince me that players who play chaotic neutral are not really neutral evil. I think our playlist stopped. Nope, it's still going. We're still good. Yeah, so neutral evil is by far more playable than chaotic neutral, but I'm putting it in B tier. Neutral good. So neutral good is one of those you want to help others. These are the kind of the alignment of neutral good is what I would hope that most of my players, when they join my games, or play at my table or play with me, like if I'm a player at the table, I imagine that neutral good is where they would stand, because D&D is a game of fighting monsters and help, like in questing on behalf of others, because these people are going to pay you a reward because they can't do it themselves. You're willing to help them. Neutral good is seen as the benefactor alignment. You help others, you give to charities, with, you gave a coin to a beggar in town, or you helped put a roof on the orphanage in town or something like that, or you helped the lady get the rats out of her cellar. You doing a good act for an NPC, regardless of what your actual motivations might be, that brings you within the neutral good tier. And neutral good is by far the easiest good alignment to play. Neutral good being, you don't have, like, let's put it this way. If by following the rule of law, you would put someone in harm's way by following the rule of law, and you would much rather help that person, you're taking the stance against law and following your morals, your heart, your moral compass, whatever. That makes you a neutral good character. It's easy to be a chaotic character when you want to live on the fringes of society. You want to be the rebel and whatnot. But if your character's still afraid of being thrown in jail for breaking the law, but if you can find a way around it, then that also puts you within the neutral good territory. So neutral good and lawful evil, again, those are your S tier alignments. Those are going to be your alignments where they are the most playable at a table. And this last one, true neutral, I've never met a person who can actually play true neutral. I've never met one. In 25 years of running D&D, I've never met a single person who can play a true neutral character. To be true neutral means you take a stance on nothing. To be a true neutral character means that regardless of outcomes, they don't bother you. So if you are fighting to preserve the ruler of the kingdom, you're fighting on behalf of the king, you joining up with the army to fight with the king, you're not neutral. You've not taken a stance. You need to just stay out of everything. True neutral is the worst alignment. It is the absolute worst of the worst of the worst. There's not a single person I've known who can play a true neutral character. And they can say that they have, but if your character joins up with any group to make gold, this is, you know, if you're looking to make money, your character, that's kind of a selfish thing. Even if you want to make money to earn enough to get medicine for your character's NPC spouse, you are taking a stance. If you were really true neutral, you would let nature take its course in regards to your NPC spouse. That is an impossible alignment to play. A true neutral healer, like a druid or a cleric, party member goes down. Do you heal them? Okay. And it's not about equality. It's not about like, it's not one side versus the other. Like, oh, if I heal this person, I have to harm that person. No, because then you're taking a different stance. You're thinking that it's in terms of one for one, and it's not. It's not Full Metal Alchemist with equivalent exchange. True neutral is an impossible alignment to play. No one can play true neutral. I've never met anyone who can, and I'm sure that there are examples out there of people who've done a build where they're like, oh yeah, I'm true neutral. No, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. No one can do it. They fall within one of the other categories. They fall within any of these. Literally any of these. Anything from C and above is what a true neutral character tends to be. So that's my D&D alignment tier list. That's my D&D alignment tier list. Hello, Edie Queen. Hello. Val, tell my wife I said hello. But that's our D&D tier list. At least alignments. We've got other ones too. So pop. I'm gonna screenshot that one so we can add that one to the tweeters. Doesn't need to be a big one, right? Cool. All right. What's the next one? Oh, D&D subclasses and Critical Role tier lists. Okay, fantastic. A majority of these classes, especially with 5th edition, I'm familiar with. Other ones I am not. I don't know them fully, but I know of them. So without breaking them down too much, because that would take a lot of time. There's a lot in this one. But we're gonna hit on them anyway. God, words are hard. All right. So there's a lot here. So we've got things, and I like how they've done this one. So they've got the Artificer, the Barbarian. They've done them in alphabetical order, which I really appreciate. Artificer, Barbarian, Bard, Blood Hunter, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Monk, Paladin, Rogue, Ranger Rogue, then Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard. And I guess, without touching too much on them, I will, I'm not going to speed run these, right? I'm just going to talk about like, hey, here's the benefit of the class from what I recall. They get a lot of cool stuff and what have you. Battlesmith. This one is one of the cool ones because it lets you have like, it gives you like a pet. Like it gives you like a robot pet. Pretty cool. I'll put that in B tier. Artillerist. This is literally I want guns, and I I will say this with my full chest. I think that I've used black powder weapons in my D&D games before, but I don't think that I don't know. I'm not a fan of them. So I'm gonna put artillerist in D tier. Armor. You want a cool battle suit? Do you want like a cool, like almost Gundam like battle suit? I'm putting that in S tier. I like Gundams. I like mecha. That's a fun class to play. Alchemist. I think from what I recall from the Alchemist is that you're able to make like concoctions and things like that, like potions and poisons and things like that. So I'm gonna say Alchemist I want to put in D tier. It's not a class that I would play, and I haven't seen too many other people play it. Barbarians, Berserkers. Berserkers are your bread and butter barbarians. I think they're phenomenal. I think Barbarian as a class is a really great class. I'll put that in B tier. Battle Rager. The Battle Rager, there's something about the Battle Rager being able to just kind of like run in and just destroy everything while being able to get like special armor. Like they can use like spiked armor and stuff like that. That's pretty cool. I'd put that in A tier probably. What if you want to be buff and smart? Then you play you want to be you could be a smart barbarian. Barbarians aren't dumb. The illiterate barbarian is actually a thing of the past. In 3rd edition D&D, one of the core class features of the barbarian was that they were illiterate. They could not learn to read and write. They could speak the languages of their people, but they could not read and write. It was actually within the stat block of the class. Also, literally, hello. Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. Hello. Brain too beefy for like, yeah, you know, brain swollen inside skull for much knowledge. Me think harder and can use brain to bonk bad guy. Ancestral Guardian Barbarians are S tier. I like being able to have spirits that are at your beck and call, and then you can role play them, being like, this was my father who fought alongside. The Ancestral Guardians are cool. Beast Barbarians and C tier. It's like, do you want to be an animal? Play Druid. Beast Barbarian. Okay. Zealots. These are the barbarians who are like just too fanatical. Yeah, I'd put them in C tier too. Storm Herald. Storm Herald's a really cool one because you get like elemental abilities. I like those ones, so they can go up to A tier. Wild Magic Barbarians. I believe that if you want wild magic, you should just play a sorcerer. Just play a wild magic sorcerer. Wild magic barbarians are kind of eh. They don't really get a lot of benefit from their magic outside of the rages, so they're gonna go D tier. Totem warriors. These ones are cool because they give you a lot of the like land spirits, like totem of the eagle, totem of the bear, and then you take on those aspects. Those are like your iconic like 70s pin-up barbarian. I don't think they're called pin-up barbarians, but those ones are cool. I'll put them in B tier. You requested me on the game. I will check that out. Val. Val whoops, because we've got a couple Vals in chat. So you thought about trying a wild magic. They're not bad. They're not bad. It's their abilities are kind of, I don't want to say they're all over the place. I guess it kind of fits with Wild Magic Barbarian. Like I said, I don't want to delve too much into it. How can I explain Wild Magic Barb? Like your rages give you the ability to harness some more of the like the wild magic spectrum and whatnot. Hexa, hello. Bards. Oh, so I have a love-hate relationship with bards, but I don't hate bards. Not entirely. Valor Bard. If you want to play combat class and still get bardic inspirations, I guess Valor Bard is okay. It's a fighter with less armor. I put them in C tier. Swords, again, more fighty bard. Whispers, play a rogue. College of Whispers, just play a rogue. I can't. Spirits is cool because you get to get information from like corpses and things like that. It's kind of neat. I guess that's D tier. Lore Bard. The thing with College of Lore is that it makes it so that way you are still a bard in the sense of your bardic inspirations, but you just learn spells. At that point, just multi-class your bard. College of Eloquence. This is your RP bard. If you like RP, play a College of Eloquence bard, but they get broken very quickly, way before level 10. They get broken way before level 10. I like roleplay, but they get so broken. I'm gonna put them in C tier. College of Creation. This one actually gets broken pretty early also, because you can actually fabricate actual items. Like you can literally turn things into gold and you can just sell them. And if you're playing a longer campaign where like there's a lot of the meta of keeping track of your rations and things like that, College of Creation is great. College of Creation is great. I would put I might actually put that in S tier. College of Glamour. Yeah, College of Glamour is pretty cool. I'd probably put that in B tier. It's not bad. It's not my go-to. It's not something I would play. Now these ones here. OG, thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thanks for stopping in. Did our music end? I think it's done now. No, it's still going. Oh, I keep thinking it's done, but it's not. That's probably a good thing. I don't want it to be done. These ones here, these are the critical role classes. These are the subclasses for the Blood Hunter, which is a cool class if you like The Witcher. I have only seen a few of these be played, especially since Critical Role Campaign 2, where Taliesin played Mollymock. Order of the Lycan, really cool. It's you getting to be a werewolf without being a werewolf. Really cool. Profane Soul, also a really neat blood hunter class. It's you being able to hunt undead, you know. A Profane Soul is demons and monsters. Demons and devils and stuff like that, because Ghost Slayer's your undead one. I had that mixed up. My apologies. Profane Soul, pretty cool. I put it probably C tier. It's not horrible. Order of the Mutant, that's your aberration one. That one's really freaking cool. That I might even like. I feel like I should rank these like, oh, I would play these as opposed to this. Let's do. I'm gonna sort these. Hold on. Zealot in, artillerist in. Storm Herald, really cool. Put him up here. Yeah, that's fine. I'll sort them as I sort them. Yeah, D&D classes. Yeah. I think Vin Diesel played one. He did like a one shot with Matt Mercer and them. You can find it online on the YouTubes. Lycan. What did I say? I said Lycan. Ghost Slayer. Ghost Slayer, also okay. But not like stupendous. Yeah, I said Lycan. What I want to know what I said. What did I for yourself? That's okay. Mushroom themed. Oh, it would be. That'd be pretty cool. Just play a Myconid. Just let your DM talk to your DM. Let him let you play a mushroom person, and then be a mushroom blood hunter. If you were a Circle of Spores werewolf druid, yeah. Now we're into clerics. I have a very strong affinity for the cleric class because clerics are broken. Clerics at any level are broken. Death Cleric, very high on this list. Nature Cleric, if you're gonna be a Nature Cleric, just play a Druid. I'm sorry, just play a Druid if you're gonna be a Nature Cleric, though. I'll probably put it like here. War Cleric. The spells that a War Cleric gets access to, and being able to re-roll on attacks is phenomenal. War Clerics are pretty cool. I like them. Their spell spread, as well as the amount of hit dice that they get on average, as well as being one of a handful of wisdom-based casters. If you really wanted to really soak up damage, take a dip into the monk class, and then one of the best cleric builds that you can make is one level of monk, the rest level in cleric, up your dexterity, take range spells like guiding bolt, because then your AC is going to be through the roof. Things aren't going to be able to hit you. You'll still be able to dodge out of the way of certain things. Just trust me. Hold on. What? You guys are gonna have to help me and pardon my ignorance. What is ABO pilled? What does that mean? What does that mean? Also, Tempest Cleric's fun. Storms. Grave Clerics. Okay, early on, Grave Clerics are really cool. Because they get access to like Toll the Dead, which is a really cool spell. Order Clerics, above nature, probably above Valor Bards and Zealots. I'd put them here. It's another word for a megavert. Alphabet. Oh, I still don't understand. Sorry. Trickery Clerics are garbage. Arcana Clerics, just play a wizard. Knowledge Clerics aren't terrible. You can put it in C tier. Twilight Clerics. Twilight Clerics are pretty cool. Twilight Clerics are actually like, it's it's a fifth edition third party. Same with Order. It's a third party thing, but Twilight's not terrible. Yeah, Trickery Domain Clerics are garbage. Yeah, honestly, with Shadowheart being a Trickery Domain Cleric, I don't know why they made her a Trickery Domain Cleric. They could have given her something else for Char, but I understand secrets, blah, blah, blah. Make her a Knowledge Cleric. She'd be better off as a Knowledge Cleric than a Trickery Cleric, and even then, it's still not that much better. Forge is cool, especially if you're going for like a thematic build. But I would probably still put it here. Oh, no. I'd probably... where are we down here? Peace is cool. Light. And Life. Life Cleric is honestly extremely broken. I'm actually going to put it before Ancestral Guardian. If you're going to play a Life Cleric, play a human. Play Variant Human, give yourself the feat Magic Initiate, so that way you can dip into the Druid spell list, cast Good Berry, and then you have like amazing berries that heal people for almost a small potion. So that's what I would suggest. Life Cleric's really cool. Druids. Oh boy. How does Joe feel about druids? I haven't done much with shepherd druids. I'd probably put them in C tier. Wildfire druids, I've seen how they've been played. They're really good. Like AoE casters and things like that. I would put them in B tier. Circle of Spores, also a very fun class. Circle of Spores was cool. Land druids are probably the worst of all the druids, in all fairness. Circle of Land druids are pretty bad. Dreams. Circle of Dreams. Maybe C tier. Yeah, we'll put them there. That's fine. You feel like you're in a class. Is that good or bad? Is that good or bad? I'm just giving a brief rundown on what I think of the classes. So Circle of Moon is probably the one that a lot of people gravitated towards when they first picked up 5th edition D&D or watched someone play D&D. So Moon is okay. I'd put him there. But Circle of Stars is broken as heck. Like in terms of getting access to guiding bolts and being able to shift the constellations to better fit your starry form, which you can become like temporarily invulnerable, and that's like, oh, that's pretty cool. So we're gonna put them up here S tier. I like Circle of Stars druids. I like those ones a lot. I'm no longer an Aquarius. I wish to be a Gemini. Okay, we are at fighters. I have a fondness for fighters because they are a very overlooked class, because everyone's like, oh, you're just a dude with armor. No. You are more than just a dude with armor. I'm not familiar with the Banneret. I think the Banneret's in a third party thing that I'm not familiar with. So I'm gonna kind of put it in E tier. Now, E tier is where I'm putting stuff that it's like, it's garbage, it's literal garbage. I'm gonna put it in D tier because I'm not sure. I'm really not sure on that one. Warren is a fighter. Champion. Champion is an excellent fighter class because you get to crit on lower die numbers. So as you progress as a fighter, you can... Normally you only crit on a natural 20 on the die, but then you can get 19 to 20, and then 18, and then even lower, even lower, even lower. So Champion's a really good class. A lot of ability to hit things, especially since fighters get their... they get multiple attacks quicker and more often. They're definitely a I'd put them here. Champion. Arcane Archer, my favorite fighter class. That is going into S tier. Back in the day, the Arcane Archer class was a prestige class in second edition, but in third edition they also adapted it. Arcane Archers could only be elves. You could either be elven or half elven, and you had to go through a special multi-class requirement because you had to be proficient with martial weapons, namely a bow, and be able to cast first level spells. The easiest way around that was to just play an elven wizard, because elves automatically got proficiency with bows and swords, like long swords. So you just play an elven wizard, and then you could become an arcane archer. And it was such a good class. Like, you could fire through cover, you could fire around walls. All of your arrows were imbued with magical energy. So creatures that had damage reduction to magic, it didn't matter if you had mundane ammunition with your bow. You could just fire it, and all of your shots were treated as magic. So good. It is such a good class. Gunslinger. I hate gunslingers. Go and see it here. I hate guns. No, one of my favorite characters I played in Pathfinder was a rat folk gunslinger. I hate guns, and like I advocate for black powder in D&D, but I don't like, your revolvers in my fantasy setting. Yeah, they do. Gunslinger, I'll put it a little bit higher. It's above those, but that's where it sits. Echo Knight. I played an Echo Knight in Stormy's game, and I'm really glad I got to. There's a lot of fun things that you can do with them. I think it's a very unique class in that you can use your bonus action to attack through your Echo, and you can swap places with your Echo. So it's like you basically have like this after image of yourself. Like it's really, really cool. And then you can actually like see through its eyes. It has 1 hit point. It can't be affected by like anything. So it's almost invulnerable, but then you can resummon it. You can resummon it at any time, and there's no limit to how many you can summon. I mean, you can only have like 1 at a time, but like there's no limit like per day. Like if it gets knocked out, you can just resummon another one. Echo Knight, really, really fun class. I would put that probably top of A tier. I love that class. Come here. Switch. Battle Master. Having access to maneuvers. I just wish the maneuvers were better. Battle Master is probably going to go right underneath Battlesmith. What are you doing with an arrow and firebolt when I can just cast gun? Yeah, right. Battlemaster fighters are really cool. Getting access again to maneuvers that allow you to do them on your reaction or cause more damage, and then it gives you more dice. The thing about D&D is, and this is the core of the game, is they give you these big click-clack math rocks, right? That they want you to roll. I want my players to roll as many dice as they can in any opportunity. Yes, you have advantage. Yes, you get your sneak attack. Yes, you get your ambusher thing, blah, blah, blah. And all of this goes in, and I want to hear this big rattle of dice, and then I want to watch them hit the table and stuff. Math rocks are the best. But yeah, that's what I go towards. I really like those. Those are really fun. I also realized that Path of the Giant Barbarian was not in here, and that's garbage because they would be higher in here. Rune Knight. Rune Knight's really cool. They get these runes that enable them to have magical weapons at early levels before they might actually get a magical weapon. It also enables them to like grow in size, and like give them like certain buffs too. So I'm gonna put Rune Knight actually probably right after champion. That's not too bad. That's not too bad to put him there. Eldritch Knight could be better. It could be better. It's probably a very C tier fighter class. Honestly, if you want to play a fighter with magic, just multi-class into a magic class as a champion. Because, fun fact, you can be a champion and crit on your fire bolts. Multi-class into Warlock and Eldritch Blast, and then you're critting on like 18 to 20s. Yeah, it's fun. Just do that. Cavalier, do you want to maintain a mount, a horse? Very situational. A lot of your stuff revolves around you being on the back of your animal, whatever it is. A giant bear, a horse, a mule, a pig, whatever. Without that animal, if you have a very kind DM that will not target your monster friend, if you have a kind DM that won't, you won't fail with your class. But if you have a malevolent DM who likes to target everything that's on the board, the way I see it, if it's on the board, it's the target. Like if you have an animal companion and you send your animal companion in the fight, I will attack your animal companion. And most DMs who don't, I think, are being silly. They're actually probably even playing favorites if they don't attack your animal companion. But Cavalier, Samurai, really cool, very situational moveset though. Like, I like the idea of it, but a Samurai is just a champion fighter. So just play a champion fighter. Psy Warrior, like Psychic Warriors. I like the Psionics when they introduced them in, they technically introduced them in 2nd edition. But they didn't have a good, they tried to make it so that way Psychic abilities and magic abilities were different, but then in 3rd edition they're like, oh, there's an optional rule where Psychic is technically magic, but a lot of people didn't play with that rule, and then most monsters didn't have psychic resistance, they had spell resistance. So psychic stuff worked all the time, which made it really broken if your DM was like, oh no, they're two different things. I had a player who did that. He's like, oh, do you do psionics like magic? And I'd say, yeah, I do. So your psychic powers have to beat their spell resistance. And that really pushed them away from playing psychic characters because they wanted to play psychic characters. But also really cool. They're cool. I like them. I'd put them above Gunsling. I'll put them at the bottom of B tier. They're not too bad. Ooh, we are at the monks now. We're at monks. God, guys, we're at monks. Can you believe it? Can you believe we're already at monks? Have we made it this far? This is what your house rule is filled with, because Flickmate, thank you so much. Happy affiliate anniversary to me. Hello. Welcome. Monks. Open hand monk. I like the monk class. I like the monk class too. Open hand monk is your standard just hands and feet break things. They're above Berserker. Way of the Long Death Monk. This is a cool one because they're technically plague doctors. The Long Death Monks are technically plague doctors because then you can hit a creature and drain health and give that health to someone else. It's really cool. Long Death Monks are going in S tier. I don't care. You come at me in the comments. Let's see. So on top of you needing to make 2 D&D characters, you also need to right? Kensei monks are the monks that favor weapons. They are your crouching tiger, hidden dragon ones, the ones that use like the Wuji swords and whatnot. Bows. Kensei monks are pretty good with bows. Like those would be your Zen archers and things like that. Kensei monks are pretty cool. I like Kensei. They are literally your weapon master monks. Cobalt Soul. I hate the Cobalt Soul class. I hate that one the most out of all of them. And the only reason I hate it the most is because of Critical Role Campaign 2, Marisha's character, Bo. It's not that I found Marisha or Bo insufferable. I just thought that the class was very underwhelming. I thought that the class is extremely underwhelming, and I'm actually going to put it in E tier. I think it's trash. Do not play a Cobalt Soul monk. Let's see. Mercy? Is that where we're at now? Mercy monk. Yes, Jimbo is a Kensei monk. And the nice thing about Kensei monks is they get multiple weapons that they can attune to, and they basically get to use like their flurry of blows with their weapon, which is it's really cool, especially since they can like bonus action just grab another extra attack. It's pretty cool. Way of Mercy. These are the ones that give you like your stunning strikes and things like that. Mercy's not bad. I'd put it bottom of B tier. Shadow Monk. Do you want to play ninja? Do you want to be a ninja? Then play a Shadow Monk. Ninjas are cool though. Probably above Glamour. Astral Self. Do you watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? I do not. I don't watch JoJo. I don't even care for JoJo. If you wanted to be a Buddhist monk in D&D, then you could be an open hand monk. That'd probably be the closest. Maybe Way of Mercy. Maybe Way of Mercy would be more Buddhist monk. Open hand is more like Shaolin monk. I know it's my name. I don't like the anime JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I've never gotten into it. I can't get into it. I've had friends that have tried to get me to watch it, and I just can't. I can't get into it. I like Joseph Joestar. He's like the only guy in there that I like, and he's like, oh my god. But Astral Self, it's really cool. You get like a lot of neat spectral abilities. Like you can fight through your Astral Self. It's almost like the Echo Knight, but monk. Now I think our music stopped. Yes, it did. So let's do this one. This one is a synthwave mix from White Bat Audio, LA Sunset. It's synthwave because we like synthwave here. Jolene. Is she really? Oh man, I actually like the art style for Jolene. I think she's pretty, but that's just me. I think she's really pretty. But Astral Self, there's a lot of really neat abilities with that one. I'd probably put that maybe after Cyborg. That's not too bad. Way of the Ascendant Dragon. You literally get dragon abilities without being a Dragonborn. And then you get like a lot of like, you get flight, you get wings, you get elemental attacks like breath weapons and stuff. Those are pretty cool. I'll put them up above Kensei. Sun Soul Monk. Do you want to deal radiant damage? Do you want to be a Dragon Ball Z character? Play Sun Soul Monk. That's going to go at the bottom of A tier. 4 elements. Hot take for 4 elements. It is Avatar trash. I love Avatar: The Last Airbender. I love Legend of Korra. 4 elements is what Avatar. The 4 elements monk is if Avatar: The Last Airbender was written by a person with a bag over their head, their hands tied behind their back, and they had to write it with their armpit, like their pen up underneath their armpit, and then they had to scribble it on the page. That's what Four Elements is. It's dumb. You don't get any cool fire abilities. You don't get any cool air abilities. The only ability that's any good, the only element that's any good in there is Earth. It's Earth. It's none of it's good. None of it's good. Really put that at the bottom of D tier. Actually, I'm putting Four Elements in this. It's just above Whispers Bard. Drunken Master. I love the Drunken Master class. However, it is very limited. I'll probably put it. It's going in A tier, but it's probably going at the bottom of A tier. Oh, we're in Paladins now. Oh boy. Oh boy, we've hit Paladins. All right, y'all. Are we ready for this? Are we ready for Paladin talk? Joe's Paladin talk. You're learning that you want to play a funny but well thought out character. Listen, I always encourage my players to play what they want, and I will help people play what they want to play. It's like, I would advise everyone who ever plays D&D to hear the pitch of the campaign world that the DM's willing to run, and then you make a character to kind of fit that. If you go in with a preconceived notion of what you want to play your character and it doesn't fit the world, then you'll have a bad time and you end up not liking it. Oathbreaker Paladins. Oathbreaker Paladins in the long ago used to be called anti-paladins, which I don't know how you can be an anti-paladin. You were just an opposing class. At that point, you're a fighter with abilities. Oathbreaker Paladins, they have a place within D&D, but my problem with Oathbreaker Paladins is that you have to have a DM that is willing to keep you to your paladin code up until you break your oath. Oathbreaker Paladins are okay. And put them in C tier. Devotion Paladins. These ones are your Templars. Like, these are like your questing knight paladins. Those ones are cool. I'll give those ones. I'll probably put them above the monks. Yeah, right there. Yeah, it's so hard to you have to like stick by your oath and be like, okay, I can't break this law, or I can't do this, or I can't do that. Watchers. I think Watchers is a new one that I'm not familiar with. I'm not familiar with it, so I'm gonna kind of put it down in D tier. I don't know. Crown is your knight that is sworn fealty to a lord, like King Arthur knights. They're not bad. They get decent abilities, but they're not the best. I'll put them above Gunslinger. Glory Paladins are probably the best of the Paladins. I'm gonna put them in A tier though. Open Sea, don't know that one. I don't know that one. I assume it's a pirate paladin. I don't know. Vengeance ones are if you want to play a dark paladin without being an Oathbreaker. Not horrible, not phenomenal, but I guess they could go here. I'm gonna go up here below my barbarians. Conquest. Conquest paladins are also if you want to play an evil paladin. Oath of Ancients. This one's really cool because they kind of give you that Green Knight vibe. like if you were a knight of the Sealy Court, that kind of thing. It has a lot of playability. I'd actually put them up here. I really enjoy those ones. Redemption Paladins, I have to put Redemption Paladins below Vengeance Paladins, because they're basically one and the same. It's like, okay, you broke your oath. Okay. Well, no, actually, I'd put them with Oathbreakers. That's where I'd put them. Because again, they're one and the same. It's like you either break your oath and then you have to redeem yourself. Rangers. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know where to start with this, guys. I mean, we're gonna start with Monster Slayer. Monster Slayer, very situational. Rangers at the start of 5th edition's inception were garbage, and they still kind of are. Monster Slayer is very situational unless you're actually going out and fighting like big monsters. I guess I'll put it at the bottom of C tier. Gloomstalker is my least favorite ranger class. It's going in E tier. I hate how it's themed to be an assassin without being an assassin. Its one ability, the Umbral Sight ability, enables them to be invisible as long as they're invisible from creatures who rely on dark vision to see. Well, that's not always the case. Monsters that can smell you, like wolves, can see you because they don't rely on dark vision. It is a very misinterpreted class. People look at the abilities and think, oh, I get that sneak attack. It's not sneak attack. It's I get that extra damage. Their Dread Ambusher. I get that every turn. No, it is the first turn of that combat, and that is it. You are a glass cannon. It is a garbage class. If I were to ever ban a class from my tables, it is the Gloomstalker. I don't like them. Drake Warden, do you want a dragon? Do you want to play How to Train Your Dragon? Do you want to be Hiccup from How to Train Your Dragon and have a flightless dragon? Then here, be a Drake Warden. Bottom of B tier. Horizon Walker, you get cool teleport abilities. Yeah, that's pretty much Fey Wanderer. Fey Wanderer is pretty cool. It gives you a lot of like Fey connections and whatnot, and allows you to navigate the Feywild where most mortals cannot. Pretty cool. Probably put it above Glamour Bard. Maybe below. Yeah, we'll put it below Glamour Bard. Yeah, that's fine. Next one is Swarm Keeper. Do you want bugs? Do you like bugs? Do you want to control swarms of bugs? Do you want to become bees? You can become bees. Swarm Keeper, I think, is a really cool aesthetic. I will put that one in A tier. That is what you become bugs. You can become a swarm of bugs. Hunter is your iconic ranger who just does more damage. It is ranger without being rogue, while still giving you that connection to nature. Hunter's probably one of the more playable of the ranger subclasses, so I'm probably gonna put that one above Moon Druids. Last one's Beastmaster. I don't think that 5th edition D&D utilized the Beastmaster Druid properly, not Druid, Beastmaster Ranger properly, because your animal companion should scale with you in terms of ability. And they don't. and they don't. You get an animal companion that does not scale with you, so you could be level 10 and your companion is still technically level 1. It does the class a disservice because earlier editions and even like Pathfinder Rangers, you could have like a pack of animals with you, and then you get benefits from that. And yeah, you can fight alongside your companion and get advantage, but it only really helps you out if you're playing a melee druid as a Beastmaster. Cool idea, cool theme, not playable really. That's where we put it bottom C tier. Okay, where are we? Oh, we're in rogues. Okay, we're in rogues. We got rogues, sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards. Cool. We can do this, right? Yeah, we've still got plenty more to do. We got plenty more to do. I think, let's see. Assassin. Assassin is a very broken rogue class, but it's very good rogue class. If you want to do a lot of damage, then play an assassin rogue. Scout. Play a ranger. Play a ranger. Actually, I'm going to put scout right below hunter. Play a ranger. The only thing scout gives you is your ability to, like, you know, move a little bit better. Inquisitive. If you're playing in a puzzle heavy or roleplay heavy game, inquisitives and masterminds are kind of like, those are the classes that you would want to go with because they give you a lot of roleplay heavy abilities. Like the mastermind gives you like the ability to plan things and get benefits from planning and whatnot. You decided on playing a gnomish badger knight. That's pretty cool. I like that. But inquisitive, C tier. Same with mastermind. They're both Soul Knife. I like soul knives because, again, more psionic stuff. I like the psychic abilities. Soul Knife rogues are pretty cool. A lot of their abilities are already magical to start with because a lot of things don't have resistance to psychic damage in 5th edition. So I'd put a Soul Knife probably above Shadow Monks. Also, hi Wookiees, hello. Next is the Phantom. Phantom's kind of meh. The Thief. Really cool if you want to just be a very mobile force on the battlefield. But again, one of those RP heavy classes. I'd probably put it here. Arcane Trickster. Arcane Trickster is cool. It's rogue with spells. But you only get access to like... I think you only get access to like illusion spells. It might be illusion and transmutation, but that's okay. It's an okay spell pool, especially with like later books that have been released. They actually give you a few more. But Swashbuckler. Play a bard. You get Panache, which is so I guess they can go below the 2 bards. They can go below Eloquence bards for all I care. Let's see. We're at sorcerers. We've hit sorcerers now. Cool thing about sorcerers is that there are so many different bloodlines that you can get. That's where all of your abilities come from. So let's take a look at Draconic Bloodline. Very broad bloodline, probably one of the better sorcerer bloodlines, but I am going to put it probably up above Battlesmith in B tier. But Storm Sorcery is actually where I think the sorcerer class excels. There's a lot of damage utility. There's a lot of mobility utility. This is definitely an A tier sorcerer class. Probably put a Storm Herald. Lunar magic.
Hello? I'm under the water. Can you please save me?
Thank you, literally. I appreciate you. And a posture check and a joke. I will do so. Posture check. Joke. Stretching. I'm stretching. I swear. Oh. Oh, here we go. Ta-da! Oh, I need a sip. Hot. Cool. Lunar magic, probably D tier. Aberrant Mind. This is a fun one because it connects you to like mind flayers and creatures of like the far realm. Very cool and very, very playable. I would put them probably here. Divine Soul. I like Divine Soul sorcerers because they give you access to spells from like the cleric spell list, and it really broadens your spell pool without having to take Magic Initiate. I think that's a really fun class. Divine Soul sorcerers are really fun. Put them probably right up here. Clockwork Souls. All it does is connect you to the plane of Mechanus, and then you get like law-based spells. Go here. Shadow Magic. Shadow Magic's really cool. Shadow Magic sorcerers can be really strong. They can be very good debuff spellcasters. Probably put it here. And then finally, Wild Magic. I know everyone's like, oh, Wild Magic's really cool. Wild Magic's fun. It's between Draconic Sorcery and Wild Magic in the 2014 Player's Handbook. I would go Dragon Bloodline every time because the Wild Magic is very dependent on you rolling a dice if you cast a spell over first level and hoping that you get a 20, so that way the cool Wild Magic stuff happens. However, the Wild Magic stuff can be either a boon or a detriment to you, your party, or those things that you're fighting. Wild Magic, very situational. Probably put it here. Yeah, that's fine. It can go there. Warlocks. I might speed run these Warlocks. Genie Warlock. Do you want to be able to cast Wish at a later level? Then that's okay. But other than that, it's meh. Fathomless. The Fathomless one is like having a connection to like a deep sea god. Fathomless is really cool. Hexblade, that is your sword and spell. It is actually better than it's better than the Blade Singer, but not by much. But your packed stuff is through your weapon. Hexblades were really cool in 3rd edition, and then they brought them into I don't remember if they brought them in the 4th edition. I don't think they did. But Hexblades are okay. I'll put a Hexblade here. Archfey, they get a better spell pool, but a lot of them are charm spells and things like that, like lots of things. Like if you would be an Archfey Warlock of the Unseelie, then it's really freaking cool. Also, hi Lyric, hello.
I don't know what's going
Lyric,
on anymore.
thank you for the
Cool,
sub.
but he's so goddamn dumb.
Thank you for the sub. I appreciate you, my friend. Archfey, playable, I guess. It doesn't matter where it goes. It's gonna go in there somewhere. Undead. This is like if your patron is a lich. Like, take Baldur's Gate 3. If your patron was Withers, Undead is really cool. It's really freaking cool. I'm just gonna drop it up in here in B tier. Undying. The Undying. So Undead is like if your patron was a lich. The Undying is if you wish to become a lich yourself. Kind of cool too. Fiend. Meh. That is your like, oh, I literally signed a deal with the devil. Celestial's the same thing, except it's, I signed a deal with an angel. But the great old one, this is Cthulhu. You get some really cool stuff with the Cthulhu stuff. So I like that one. I'll put it. Yeah, it's fine. It can go up there in B tier. I am your I am your patron. And thank you for the affiliate anniversary well wishes. Thank you, Lyric. Thank you. Yeah, the Great Old One's fun. It's literally Cthulhu. They can't use that word because it's like copyrighted through H.P. Lovecraft, who, you know, while a horrible human being, is a decent science fiction author, even though there's a lot of racism and whatnot within some of the works. But it's really shaped a lot of modern media, which says a lot. It's like, yeah, people suck, but thanks for your contribution. Shrug. Like, I'm not defending it. I'm just saying that it helped shape a lot of modern media, and it's like, you just shrug and it's like, well, at least he's dead. I don't know. I don't know what to say beyond that. And now we get to Wizards. And now we're at Wizards. War Magic. War Magic's cool. And put it above Samurai, I guess. Transmutation Magic. These are all just, again, dependent on the schools of magic in which your character takes on for themselves. Transmutation. It's cool if you just want to alter things. So, transmutation. Graviturgy. Do you want to control gravity? Gravity. Necromancy. Really freaking cool. I like necromancy. Blade singing. Just play a Hexblade. Blade singing is garbage. Other than getting access to, maybe I'll put it bottom of D tier. It's still playable. It's not great. Illusion. I missed Gnome Illusionists from 3rd edition, but Illusion's kind of bleh. Enchantment, not as cool as you think. It's actually garbage in 5th edition. And earlier editions too. The only reason to take enchantment as a school in earlier editions was to actually enchant weapons. Abjuration, keeping things away from you. That is your that's your shield spell that a lot of people tend to use and abuse in D&D and in Baldur's Gate. There's a TTRPG. Yeah, you can. Call of Cthulhu is a fun TTRPG, but it is not like D&D. But thank you for the joke. I will stretch. Thank you.
No.
I want to sippy again. Okay.
Receive me.
If I keep drinking this Viking berry monster, I'm gonna wet myself. Okay. Where were we? Abjuration. Really cool stuff. It keeps things out. It's fun. It can go top of C tier. It's not too bad. Maybe after Gunslinger. Conjuration. Summoning monsters. If you want more action economy in your D&D games, consider Conjuration. It's really fun. I'm actually going to put Conjuration at the top of B tier because it really helps with your action economy on the table. Evocation, that's your fireball. That's your magic missile. That is every spell that does damage. And who doesn't like damage? I might actually put Evocation. I'll put it after Necromancy. I might after I do this. After I do these three, I'm gonna use a little Vikings room because then I can move on to the next tier list after that. Order of Scribes. Order of Scribes is a really cool subclass for wizards because you get a living spell book. Yeah, that's a genie packed warlock. Order of Scribes is cool because they give you a living spell book. You can basically sketch down any spell that you have from a scroll and put it in your spell book. As if wizards couldn't get nerdy, they made them more nerdy. Yeah, the Scribes Wizard is really fun if you want to just have an innumerable amount of spells. I like Order of Scribes. I'm putting below Conjuration. It's not too bad. Chronergy, time magic. You get like these little things where you get to force someone to reroll something. But I'm going to tell you right now, time magic is okay, right? Divination magic's where it's at. Divination magic I'm going to put at the very top. No, it's not going to go above Life Cleric. It's going to go here. And I'm Goldie. Hello. Welcome, Goldie. If you want to play the most broken divination character ever, if you want to roll more dice, you know how I talked earlier about rolling more dice? I want you to play a halfling divination wizard. And then at 4th level, if your DM allows you to take, instead of your ability stat increase, a feat instead, you take the lucky feat. Because halflings get halfling luck, you get the lucky feat, and then divination wizards get a portent. They get their portents, which are their die rolls that they get to roll at the beginning of the day to determine their dice rolls. So you can screw over the bad guys, you can benefit your allies. Yeah. So halfling divination wizard at 4th level, your first feat to take is lucky, because then you get 3 extra dice to roll. It is a very utilitarian dice roll build, because then you have your portents, you have your lucky dice, and then you get your halfling luck. So good, such a good combo. But that's the only way that divination really sits at S tier. Actually, even if you're not playing a halfling with the lucky feat, if you're playing a human with the lucky feat and you just decide to not be a halfling, then you can get it even earlier on and really sow some chaos. Fun fact. So, you know how we were talking about wild magic sorcerers having it dependent upon D20s making their magic go off, their wild magic go off. Fun fact: you can have your party's divination wizard or your halfling luck wizard use their portent to make the die roll that the player needs to get their wild magic off be a 20. Yeah. So wild magic sorcerer in a party with a divination wizard who already has a 20 in the portent and wants the magic to go off. Yeah. That's a fun combo. You can do that. Welcome to 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah. But that's our tier list. That's our tier list. I like where we put things. Some things kind of got shifted around a little bit. And obviously they're not like, a lot of them aren't in order of like best to worst, that kind of thing. We just kind of put them in there. Some of them I did put at the higher end of it, like the armor for Artificer, because I'd like to make a mobile suit for my character if I'm going to play an Artificer. But everything in E tier, don't play it. Don't play those. They're garbage classes. If you want to be a College of Whispers bard, play a rogue. Or play a what's the other one? Way of Shadows monk. so don't play these classes. They're garbage. But yeah, that's that one. Let me I need to take a picture of these ones with my snipping tool. Okay, D&D class. S2. S to what? S to B. We'll do. All right. Okay, cool. Nice. We did it. All right. Oh. D&D subclass. Okay, D&D subclasses is done. So I have, how many more do I have? I have 1, 2, 3. I have 4 more. I have 4 more tier lists to do. Excuse me. So this one's very special because it's Goldie. I love you, my friend, but if you do that, I'm going to shake you. I will shake you so hard. I will reach through this screen, grab you by the shoulders, and dig my thumbs into the meaty bit where, like, underneath the clavicle, and I will just squeeze. But this is not just Baldur's Gate 3 companions. It is characters that you encounter within the game. It is characters you encounter within the game. And I will tell you that the S tier is going to be extremely, extremely small. It is going to be extremely, extremely small. Like, maybe a handful of characters. But before we do that, I am going to take a little bathroom break and grab myself a snack. I suggest that you guys do the same thing. Where's my be right back? Is it right here? Yeah, it's right here. Okay, so guys, I want you to stand up, stretch your legs, do what you need to do. We've got a few more tier lists to do, and I thank everybody for stopping by. We're not done yet. We are not done yet. So feel free to hang out, chat amongst yourselves in the chat, and we'll be right back. So pop. Ha. I have returned. Okay. So, snack-wise, I have jelly beans. We're gonna have some jelly beans before we talk about. It's probably. I've beaten Baldur's Gate, right? I beat it as Dark Urge, and I might be one of the few people who is very underwhelmed by the game. I went into Baldur's Gate as a DM. I went into it as a DM, meaning like I'm looking at characters in terms of how they are developed, in terms of how their backstory ties into everything. And I found in my playthroughs that a majority of the companions are cardboard cutouts. They are either one-for-one repeats of one another in some way, shape, or form. And were it not for the phenomenal voice acting, they would be extremely bland. I know it is very, very hot take to say, but a lot of fan favorites are not my favorites. That being said, this is my opinion. It is not the definitive end-all list. You can feel free to tell me to go eat rocks if you don't like my opinion, but that is my opinion. It also comes from like a lot of knowledge of like the Forgotten Realms and Baldur's Gate, like for a lot of the NPCs that get brought up. But like I said, my S tier is going to be extremely, extremely small. And while I would start with Asterion, Scratch is going in S tier because if you don't like dogs, what's wrong with you? Scratch is S tier, point, period, end of sentence. If you don't like dogs, there's something wrong with you. Go put yourself into an institution if you didn't like Scratch. Scratch is great. He is best boy. He is top of list. That is Scratch. We love him here, and we stand by Scratch in all forms. So we're going to talk about our companions because they're the first ones that are brought up on this list here. Now, I will say that I've only beaten Baldur's Gate once. I've beaten Baldur's Gate once, and I've attempted many other playthroughs, so I've seen and encountered several of these NPCs before. Some of these NPCs I haven't even seen before. If I haven't seen these NPCs before, they are going to go in F tier because I haven't seen them or interacted with them, or maybe I don't remember them. Maybe I've interacted with them and I don't remember them. But also F tier is going to be for all the characters that are just bad. Starting off strong is one of the first companions that you get as Asterion. Asterion is a character who, if you break down their motivations, selfish motivations all around, they would be a neutral evil character because they are serving their self-interests, which makes them very, very interesting to talk to, but they tend to disapprove of a lot of things you do if you're doing a good playthrough. I think Asterion is overrated. The stuff with their vampiric lineage. is interesting also, but I just I didn't like Asterion. I didn't like Asterion. I like the performance that the actor does for Asterion, but I just don't like Asterion. So Asterion's going in C tier. And the same goes for Karlach. I didn't like Karlach. Karlach to me was that forced character in terms of that she's super positive. I like the tie with her being someone from Avernus, from Hell, and she's got this thing. But regardless of what you do, she can't stay. She has to go back. So I'm putting Karlach in C tier. But again, this is all up to everyone's interpretation. You might have your own tier list. I encourage you to fill out your own. Gale. Gale grates on me in ways that I didn't think a companion could. Him needing to consume my magic items. And the fact that everything he did was to get Mystra's attention. And Mystra, if I'm being completely candid, and I don't swear very often, but Mystra is a royal bitch. Mystra is a royal bitch and a horrible person / god, whatever the hell she is. She's horrible. And the way that she just kind of set Gale up for failure because he wanted to please her. That makes Gale kind of like he's just too needy. He's too needy, and he ended up grating on me in ways that I didn't think I could. Like I like his not his aesthetic, but yeah, Mystra's a royal bitch. I'm not sorry. Gale's D tier. I like Lae'zel. And the reason I like Lae'zel, and let me explain it, is that she grows the most as a character over the course of the game. Point being, she's an alien who doesn't know the way this world works. She seeks you out, and in finding that you have the same problem as her, she decides instead of killing you outright, she decides to team up with you to try to find a cure. She entrusts her entire life and livelihood to you, the main character, regardless of if you're Dark Urge or not, whatever. Over the course of it, yeah, she butts heads with everybody, but that's because her people's ideals were set in the ways of like, no, we have to fight mind flayers. We have to destroy them. We have to kill Illithids. They're monsters. And so her idea is, well, if we find my people who are here in this realm, they can help us. So she takes you to her people who she knows you're not going to like you, but she thinks that they can help you guys. And then when she finds out that her people's ideals are not what she thought they were, she goes through this dramatic shift. And I think she's probably one of the more well-written companions, but she's still not great. But I would put Lae'zel in A tier for that. Shadowheart. The fact that the game canonically has her as a trickery cleric is like, You couldn't have made her a rogue? You couldn't have made her a rogue? You couldn't have made her a knowledge cleric with rogue levels? For trickery, stealth, assassination, anything like that, you couldn't do that. But Shadowheart, she's cute, but I don't want to look at him from like the surface level. You need to see my Shadowheart, like, I don't want to base them on appearances. I don't want to. I'm not basing any of these off of appearances. But Shadowheart, regardless of how many times you open up to her, she still remains guarded. You have the same affliction that she does. Any of you could become tentacle-faced monsters in seconds. She holds on to an artifact which keeps you all safe. And she lies about it. You need nobody. I didn't romance anybody. They were not interesting enough for that. I friend zoned them all. Let's put it that I friend zoned all of them. But Shadowheart, she remains guarded, and then the one time that she has to open up to you is to a point where she has to trust that you are going to let her do this trial for her. And meanwhile, you're better at doing it than her because you're the main character. You know, you could do all the other things. Shadowheart C. I can't argue anymore on her. Will. It comes to my attention that Will is the Blade of Frontiers. I don't know who that is. In terms of Baldur's Gate and Forgotten Realms lore, I don't know who the Blade of Frontiers is, but they make Will out to be the this big hero, this big damn hero, which is cool. It's like, yeah, give them this. But when you meet them, they're level 1. And to me, on a gameplay perspective, Will's player, if Will was a player at the table, they wrote that, huge backstory and dropped it on your desk saying that they fought like 40 dragons and made deals with devils and fought this and fought that, and you're a level 1 character. He came to the table with this big backstory that was tied into everything. He's the son of a duke. He's royalty. He's got the classic tragic warlock past. He's got the tragic warlock past where it's like, oh, I made the deal because I had no other choice, even though he was tricked into it because Mizora is also a bitch. I would put Will in C tier also. Him teaching you to dance is sweet. Yeah. There's a lot of things. It's like there could be better interactions with a lot of these characters, but if it wasn't for the voice acting, they would all be very bland. I found it hard to care for a lot of the characters. If I am being completely honest, I found it extremely hard to care for almost any of these characters. Halsin. I think the work you have to do to get Halsin as a companion is worthless. And he's really not that great of a companion afterward. You don't get him until like Act 2, if that, if you've done things right. And even then, he's an underwhelming druid. He's a very underwhelming druid. He's supposed to be the leader of the Grove. He's supposed to be this great power that oversees this circle of druids, and the man gets captured as a bear in a goblin camp. He can wild shape into animals. He couldn't wild shape into a rat and leave. and get out? I don't understand. I don't understand. But then there's all this burden that falls upon Halsin's shoulders where he has to, you know, he's responsible for what happens in the Grove. So if the Grove's attacked, then he's responsible because Halsin wasn't here to protect us. Halsin, he's not a worthwhile character. And then if you're romancing someone else, if you're romancing someone else, Halsin's like, well, I would love to get to know you better. Blah, blah. It's like, dude, just stay out of my relationship. Just stay out of it. Stay out of it. I'm trying to talk to so and so. Stay out of it. So Halsin's D. Honestly, Halsin's below Gale. I'm done on that one. Minthara. I beat my run as Dark Urge. However, Minthara did not survive because I didn't know the one trick to keep her alive, whatever, if you're playing through as a good person. But Minthara is a very well-written drow character. She consistently references her time in Menzoberranzan, the drow city. She references that she's had family. All of it really pulls from the actual lore of the Forgotten Realms. And for her to be a character who has given up her entire way of life, like she gave up worshiping Lolth, the drow spider goddess, to follow the Absolute blindly, and then when she's reprimanded for it, she's like, no, I've served faithfully. I've given up everything for this. Minthara is a strong, tragic character, and I think that she deserves to be an S tier for that. Only because, again, she's also very well written. Let's see. Jaheira. I think Jaheira is not that great. I think she's around Halsin's level here. But the problem that Baldur's Gate 3 has with Jaheira and Minsk is that these are characters that were in previous games, and I think the game kind of threw them in there to be like, hey, check this out, they're really cool people, haha. Jaheira, she's a horrible mother. She's basically abandoned her children to kind of like let them on their own to go do what the heck ever. She's just a bad character. Jaheira's horrible. Minsk and Boo, like, I like the miniature giant space hamster lore behind Boo. But the work you have to go through to get Minsk is tedious. And maybe I did it wrong, but I found it tedious. And Minsk and Boo are kind of like one and the same. I don't dislike the hamster. Let me put it that way. I don't dislike the hamster. But at the same time, I don't like the work that was involved in getting Minsk and Boo. Plus, again, they're just nod characters. Wait, who's your boy, Sky? If it's Asterion, if you romance someone in a cutscene, if you do, I've seen the cutscenes for a lot of those. You can resist killing them. Yeah, you can resist it. Dark Urge. I think the Dark Urge as a background is cool. The implementation and all the tie-ins to everything were okay. But I still... I think my playthrough would have been better if I wasn't Dark Urge. I think I actually soured my playthrough. Withers. I like Withers, but Withers is the in-game equivalent of the DM not letting your party die. He is the waving god hand that keeps your party together. And fun fact, if you don't get him in Act 1, he just kind of shows up at the end of the party. Like when you defeat the tieflings or the goblins at the grove, Withers just shows up. You don't even need to go looking for him. He just shows up. Have the Withers. What's the Withers big naturals? Bye, Sky. Thanks for stopping by. I hope D&D's fun. I don't understand that. I genuinely don't understand it. Big. I don't know what's big naturals. What are we talking about? Oh. Withers is if Withers wasn't the default like resurrect my dead party member thing, yeah. Withers is B. Yeah, I'll put him in A. Withers goes in A. He'd be an S tier if it wasn't for the fact that he's just there to make sure that, nobody else dies. The owlbear cub. The owlbear cub wouldn't be an orphan if it wasn't for you. Tara. I think that's Gail's cat, in which case she can sit right next to Gail. Volo is annoying. And the ability that you get if you follow through Volo's thing is not worth it. It's very, very much trash. He gets himself into situations that he should be able to get himself out of, and i.e. Volo is... is this a spoiler? Alright, spoilers. Close your ears if you haven't experienced it already or know this already. So I'm going to do a countdown, and on 1, I'm going to say it. 3, 2, 1. Volo is technically a god. He can get himself in and out of any trouble he wants. He does this because he's trying to see where the end of the world is leading. Okay. No more spoilers. We're fine. Aridin is a dick. Aridin can be down in there too. Hikaru, hello, welcome. Also, can we get a shout out for Sky and Hikaru, please? I would really appreciate that if you guys could do that. It'd be awesome. Thank you. Zevlor. I liked Zevlor, but I feel like he was kind of wasted. He was kind of like a wasted leader type character. So, good C tier, I guess. Kaga. I liked Kaga. I liked that she fell into the leadership role, and she's like, listen, the way things were being done wasn't working. Now, should she have attempted to kill a tiefling child? No. No. She handled it poorly, but there's more to it. There's more to it than that. She's actually tied into a lot of darker things. But as far as villains go, or kind of like surprise antagonists, Cog is actually pretty good. Arabella, it falls into the whole kids being involved in the fantasy world, because you know, kids technically grow up in a fantasy world, but having them more involved in the story than what you expect them to be. Arabella is the reason why a lot of the bad stuff happens. In the Grove, anyway. If she hadn't have tried to steal the idol, she wouldn't have gotten captured by Kaga. You know, that the kids are kind of jerks. The kids are actually really, the tiefling children are jerks. They are. They're very much jerks, because they try to trick you. They try to, you know, they think you're just some big dumb adult. Actually, I'm gonna put all the tiefling kids in D tier because they're jerks. All kids F tier. Yeah, just drop the kids in F tier. I don't hate the tiefling kids, so I can't put them in F tier. Yeah, they were going to kick out all the yeah, I understand that, but they were going to kick them out, and the tiefling children stole from them. The tiefling children stole from them. They weren't going to kick out all the tieflings until they're like, oh, they don't respect our ritual to protect the Grove. That's why they were going to kick them out, is because they crossed the line. They crossed the line. Yeah, but Arabella stole the idol because they thought it was going to be worth something. Or maybe I glossed over. Maybe I completely glossed over the whole tiefling children subplot. It was something that I didn't draw myself into. Yeah, but then she went to suffer consequences for stealing it. She got caught. That's why Kaga was gonna get ready to just execute her. Well, Halson wanted to keep them all there. He wanted to keep the tieflings safe. But the Grove was going to come under attack by the goblins. There's a lot more to it than I think I'm able to cover right now, and just handling a tier list. I could have a discussion on Baldur's Gate and the way that it was written, which, from a dungeon master perspective, it's a very poorly written game. It's very well acted. It's just poorly written. There's too many side things.
He's so cool, but he's so goddamn dumb.
Sky, thank you for the sub. No, it's not her fault the tiefling. Yeah, it's not her fault that the tieflings were being kicked out, but it kind of sped run it though. When she took the idol, they're like, okay, now these tieflings can't be trusted. If they were going to change their minds at any point, they weren't after that happened. Yeah, she didn't help the situation. That's right. She didn't help the situation. Like, it was already tense, and she just kind of made it worse by doing what she did. What was she going to do with it anyway? What was she going to do with the idol anyway? Hold it hostage? Oh no! What's going on? Sky, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Holy crap. Thank you for gifting the subs. Oh boy. Here we go again. I love that. Thank you for gifting the sub to Cat and Never Tilted and Eldersaurus and Goldie and Bubba. Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. Are you okay? Are you good? Have you eaten? Have you paid your bills? Have you taken care of yourself? Anyway. Thank you, Sky. I appreciate you. We're a level 2 hype train, so very cool. Very cool. Thank you. Thank you very much for gifting them. Guys, if you got a gifted sub from Sky, and you got paid, okay, and next, no. But level 2 hype train, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's the second hype train that we've got in the stream. That's very much appreciated. But please make sure that you're taking care of yourselves, guys. Your bills need to be paid. Don't give them to some silly anime boy on the internet like me. Do not do that. I'm not saying that to bait you into doing more. I'm saying that because I'm serious. As a grown-ass man, I'm telling you, don't spend your money on me. You want the random emote? Oh, man. Okay, well, if you have ulterior motives, fine, whatever. I can't stop you. Damon, okay, so... Sky, thank you for gifting 5 more subs to the community. Thank you for giving one to DeMarco and Hikaru and Nemesis and Tantan and Arkalexo. Thank you very much, guys. Again, if you got an emote, if you got not an emote, if you got a sub from Sky, please make sure that you give Sky a thank you. Sky, I'm going to tell you to stop. Yep, you're gonna have to stop that. But much appreciated, very much appreciated. Anyways, where were we? Tier list. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're doing these tier list things because apparently that's what streamers do sometimes. I think I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. Sky, I can't do that. I can't do that. You know bribes only work if you do it beforehand. You can't like post bribe somebody. Sky, I love you like family, but I can't do that. I'd be going against my code of ethics, which is Asterian as crap. It's a request. Damon, we're moving on. We're moving on. He's already marked. He's already in there. It's not changing. So Damon being the controversy behind the voice actor, I'm separating from the character in this instance, but Damon is only there to assist Karlach's storyline. Beyond that, he is just a merchant. I'm gonna put him in D tier here. He only assists in Karlach's storyline. All right, literally with your points to have me say the thing streamer, which as a reminder is a redeem, which is used to get me to say things that I might not ordinarily say of my own volition. So, as literally wants me to say, literally says that I should say, Asterian is actually an S tier character. I am just a silly boy, as literally says. If that is clipped, it will be deleted. Alfira. I think they could have done more with Alfira. Oh yeah, listen, Scratch was going to be S tier anyway. I started with Scratch. Alfira, I think they could have done more with Alfira. I think that they would have benefited from making her a companion. I'm going to put her in B tier. I liked Alfira. Again, some of these characters I don't remember or I didn't interact with during my playthroughs, so I'm not I'm not sure. I don't remember Roland. I don't remember Roland. Is he the one? Is he the Wizard's Apprentice? I don't remember. I don't remember Roland because I don't remember him. I'm putting him in F tier, not because I dislike the character. I just don't remember him. He didn't stand out to me. The Strange Ox, I never really talked to. I know there's some stuff with the Strange Ox, but he's also going to go in F tier. Saza, I liked how sassy Saza was, and I wish they could have made her a companion, like the way they did with Minthara. Like, you could, like, not switch her from evil to good, but, you know, goblins are cool. I think the way they did the goblins was really neat. I think they could have done more with her. Oh, hype chest. Open the hype chest. What we got? Oh, red card. Yeah, red card for what was said. Wait, how many times did you guys clip that? I'm gonna delete all those clips. They're not going to exist anywhere. Yeah, with the quickness. You downloaded it? If that's spread around for falsehoods, I will sue. I will sue. I will sue for defamation of character and coercion. I was coerced with wooden nickels to say the thing.
Falling,
Eggy!
falling, Yarrow, falling, falling, swag. Woman, I'm Lord of the Rings. I'm the Jarl of Whiterun. Holler if you need me.
Welcome, Raiders. If Eggy hasn't told you, my name is Jotun Redwolf. I am a Viking VTuber, professional dungeon master. I play games like Baldur's Gate, Fallout, Pokemon, and other such things. You were playing Doom the Dark Ages. Welcome back from the Dark Ages, Eggy. Raiders, I understand that streaming can take its toll on the community and the streamers themselves, so please make sure that you're staying hydrated, grabbing a bathroom break, doing any self-care rituals that you need to do, because your health is paramount here on the Jotun Redwolf channel. You're not required to stick around. We appreciate it if you do. Eggy, thanks for dropping the kids off at the pool. We'll take good care of them. Happy anniversary. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Been streaming for 3 years, and we're talking about Baldur's Gate, and people hate me now because they're making me say silly things. The kids are in D tier because the kids are all jerks. They're jerks. The kids are jerks. And also, Val Whoops, you're like, joke's on you. I don't have any money. I don't care. I will sue, and I will take you to court, and you will go, and you will rot in a cell like the main character in Oblivion. Always call... No, I don't call them that. Why would I call my Raiders that? Why? That's rude. Drop the kids off at the pool. Yeah. Thanks for dropping the kids off at the pool. We'll take good care of them. I say we'll take good care of them. There are floaties in which they can use. If they choose not to do them, that's on them. Oh no, allegedly. Well, that's a euphemism for doing a twosie. We don't. No. That's not what I mean anyway. Quit putting words in my mouth. I'll disable that redeem. Ted says my turn. What, the pool doesn't have water? That's a problem. Who didn't fill up the pool? But I think they could have done more with Saza. But she's gonna go right there. Where were we? Where were we? It's an indoor pool, so don't worry about it. It's an indoor pool, so you don't have to worry about sunscreen. Barkus. I like Barkus as a character, except when you first meet him, because he's like kind of a douche canoe to you. But he becomes better. He's probably here too. I don't remember who Floric is. I have no idea who Floric is. So Floric is going in F tier. Auntie Ethel, probably one of the better written and well, maybe not better written. I liked her interactions, and then the whole, you know, old lady's really a hag. What? I wasn't really surprised. I've run Curse of Strahd 6.5 times. But I like Ethel. I actually like Ethel more than I like Kaga. Mayrina, I'm sorry you have a forgettable storyline with your husband and your sibling. I was lost. So Mayrina can be D tier. Nair was a total jerk. So he can go there. They put Mayrina there, but not the impact. What's the impact talk? What are we talking about? You guys are losing me with a lot of this lingo that you kids use. Let's see. Oh yeah, the cleric of Loviatar. Yeah. I think he's in there. Isn't he? Hold on. He is not. He is not. He is not. That's weird. This is obviously not a comprehensive list. Omelum. I met him in the Underdark. He's a merchant, but can also help you with your brain parasite, but not really. However, if you're trying to do a parasite-free run, don't get his help. He claims to be a good mind flayer, like another idiot mind flayer on this list, the Emperor. I put him in D tier. Let's see. This is Glut. He's one of the Myconids. I actually liked that he's like, I need to overthrow the other leader of the Myconids, and I want you to help me, and then he can make mushroom zombies. I thought that was really cool. I thought it was. And he's very straightforward about what he wants. He's like, I just want to take over the colony, and then once you help him do that, then you still get like a boon, and you still get to hang out with the other mushroom people and do like a mushroom dance. Bernard. I encountered Bernard in a different playthrough than one that I streamed. He's a robot, and I don't really know much more about him, so he's gonna have to go in the F tier. Kithrak Voss. I didn't like Kithrak Voss, and I hated when you encountered him later. Because he's like, ooh, by the way, blah, blah, blah. The only thing that really helps is that he helps solidify Lae'zel's decision to go the way she goes. I'd probably put Voss below Zevlor. But when we're talking about the Githyanki, it's really hard to not talk about Vlaakith. Vlaakith is a horrible, horrible being. she can go to the top of F tier. She gaslit her entire people into believing that there was a way to save them from this big brain problem. And there's not. And then she basically tells you, you need to do this or I'm going to kill you. And if you don't do it, she just kills you. Game over. Raphael is a typical devil. He plays up the devil role well. However, I don't think even he knows what he wants. I think he's just keen on making deals, which I guess maybe that's a very devil thing to do. So, Mazora is a bitch. She can go down here. I like her design, though. Elminster. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she had no galaxy brain. Yeah, she didn't have the big brain solution. She's just like, well, if I get rid of everyone who has a brain worm, then we won't have brain worms. As much as I like the fact that they threw in a Forgotten Realms reference with Elminster and then tied him into Gale's story, basically all Elminster does is moan and complain about having to find Gale and then be like, well, I can't really help you either, even though I'm the most powerful mage in the realm. I could handle this with a snap of my fingers, and I'm basically a god myself, but I'm not going to help you. The world's in danger, but I'm not going to help. So he can be in D tier too. Isabel. Only through a second playthrough did I realize what to do with Isabel, because my first playthrough with my Dark Urge playthrough, I didn't know where the last light in was. I didn't find it. Eggy! Holy crap. Eggy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Norse Mystic, High Lord Seraphim, Ectoplasma, Drycons, and Turbojet. Thank you so much. Eggy, are you okay? Have you eaten? Are your bills paid, my dude? Like, okay, gotta go. You fart. If you guys, if you get a gifted sub from Eggy, please thank him. Completely unnecessary, but thank you so much. I missed Isabel in my first playthrough with my streamed playthrough is the Dark Urge. I missed her. Apparently she got taken. I didn't know. So she kind of falls flat on me. I know in other playthroughs I've encountered her. Dame Aelin, yeah, Dame Aelin's there. Isabel's gonna be above Gale, but below everyone else. Now this is my favorite character in the whole of the game. Arnis the Drider is the best written character who is not a companion, in that they delved into the transformative madness of a drow becoming a Drider and how that warps their mentality, makes them crazy. Like it really pulls on the actual torment of the character, and the fact that he kind of like struggles with his existence, but he serves the absolute, even though he himself is a cast off of Lolth. And in drow lore, in dark elf lore, Driders are drow who do not fulfill Lolth's desires. They're basically cursed. It's like, okay, you failed. This is the ultimate punishment. Now you're a spider monster. But Karnas is probably the most well-written character that is not a companion, because they pull on his inability to perceive the world as a normal person would, someone who's not mentally scarred and tormented. Karnas is going in S tier. Honestly, I don't want to put him above Scratch, but he's definitely above Minthara. I love Karnas's character. When I first encountered Karnas in my playthrough, I'm like, is that a freaking Drider? And I about lost my mind. A lot of these next ones are going to be kind of like speed run, like just dropping them in places. Zrel is a garbage character. She's typical bossy lieutenant. She has nothing going for her. Ketheric Thorm is really cool though. I really liked Ketheric Thorm as a character. Out of all the antagonists for like the big bads, Ketheric is by far the better of them. He's doing what he can. He gave up his deity to follow a god of death in hopes of bringing his child back. He's a father who's done everything he possibly can in order to bring his daughter back from the dead, including siding with evil. He's very well acted, and wife, yeah. His family, he's trying to bring back his family. So he's very well acted. He's very ingrained in Forgotten Realms lore, and I love that they brought him in. He was probably one of the better ones. Wulbren was one of the deep gnomes, the Swerve Neblin, who had worked on like the special smoke powder. Yeah, we stand J.K. Simmons here. Listen, J. Jonah Jameson, Omni-Man. He's a phenomenal actor. His voice, there is something about his voice that just kind of like resonates. So I love that. Wulbren was one of the dark elves, not the dark elves, deep gnomes. I guess I'd put him in here. I don't have a favorite thing of his. You help them escape, maybe. Balthazar, good villain, very pompous though. I'd probably put him in C tier. Yrgir, also another just throwaway demon that has a tie to Raphael, so I guess I'll put him in D tier too. Dame Aelin, basically the Night Song. You, depending on how you go with it, you turn her in, you could keep her, you could destroy her. Lots of things happen with Dame Aelin. A good character. Good, I will say, very good character. Very, probably one of the better written NPCs. Yeah, they didn't put the other Myconid leader, but I think it's because Glut actually has a side story to pull on. I don't know why they did that. This again is not a comprehensive list. It's like a pick or choose. It looks like. Thaniel, another tiefling kid. I don't. He runs off into the Shadowfell. The kid deserved all the bad crap that happened to him because he ran off into the Shadowfell. He was told it was dangerous. He still went. Listen to the adult that is telling you it's dangerous, that knows that it's dangerous. Here, if it'll make him feel better, I'll put Thaniel with the other tiefling kids and they can all hang out together on the tiefling playground in the Shadowfell. He Who Was, I don't know who that is, and if it's someone important, I don't remember who that is. So there. Yeah, a lot of these are going to be like real quick. These are going to be real quick. You mean him? See, I don't remember him. I don't remember him at all. I missed a lot of stuff in my Act 2 playthrough. I was underleveled for a majority of the game when I went to certain areas because I missed a bunch of stuff. Gortash. As far as villains go, Gortash was a good villain. They made me hate him. He was the power villain where it's like, I control all of this. and I'm willing to work with you. And then you can choose to not work with him. He's a well-written villain. Is he the best character? No. But I will put Gortash probably here. I loved to hate Gortash. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for Orin. Orin was annoying start to finish. She was the most annoying character I have ever had the displeasure of interacting with, as far as like a playthrough went. Like, she was grating. She was like sandpaper. And I hated that her whole shtick was, you know, I transform into someone that you know, and I'm doing all this covert stuff, meanwhile being a bloodthirsty monster. I didn't like her. I didn't like the changeling, not the changelings, the doppelgangers, all that tie-in, and then the tie-in with the stuff with Ball as playing Darker. I hated Orin. I'll never like her. Yenna was a kid that ended up in your camp in Act 3. Yeah, Dirge was supposed to be Ball's chosen for the Absolute, and then Orin became the stand. Yeah, and the whole tie-in with all of that, you know, she gets mad, she gets jealous, and she's like your sibling if you're Dark Urge, because, you know, they're all children of Ball. But Yenna's a kid that ends up in the party in Act 3. She's forgettable, but eh. Valeria, I hate this elephant thing. It's a very cocky investigator character. Mistra, you can go down here. You could be an F tier. I'm not even worried about you, Mistra. You just stay there. Stay away from Gale. Stay away from anyone who has anything to do with magic. Lorcan, the wizard who owns his wizard tower, and he's looking for the night song. His fight was a grind, but I think it's because I didn't have the right layout to beat them, but it's okay. Lorcan's annoying, but not F tier. Keen, I don't remember Keen. Cazador, Asterian's sire. Cazador to me was a throwaway character. There was a lot that had to be said about how Cazador manipulated Asterion, and I hate that. I hate what Asterion had to go through. Granted, I have Asterion in C tier, right? But I hate Cazador a lot. So Cazador is going to be down here, probably after Aridin. Probably, I'd say that works. That works for me. I like him more than Cazador, but not more than anyone else. Xander, I remember Xander as one of the people who worked in a factory among the, like, there's a workers guild. And he assists you because he knows how things work. A helpful NPC, but kind of forgettable for me. I don't know who Alder is. Viconic. I don't know who Viconic is either. Saravok was part of the Dark Urge storyline. He was an interesting villain. I'd probably put him up here. Hope, forget it. I don't know who that is. Harleap, don't know who that is. The Emperor. I disliked the Emperor because I disliked the Emperor because the whole quote unquote romance or guardianship was completely unnecessary. The Emperor lies to you through the whole thing. then basically let you in on his history, which was even more of a lie, and you come to find out that he could have just manipulated all of those memories to begin with just to get you on his side, and then he tells you, don't trust the Githyanki, they want to kill me. Well, yeah, they want to kill you. You're a mind player. They want to kill you because you're a mind player. The Emperor can go above Vlaka. He's top of F tier. He's just, I hate him. Orpheus. Seems like another throwaway character. King of the Githyanki. However, in my Dark Urge playthrough, I had to choose somebody to eat all the mine tadpoles, and I wasn't going to do it myself, and I wasn't going to do it to one of my party members. I technically wanted to do it with Will, but I don't think Will was with me, or they wouldn't allow me to do it. Because I had turned Will into a monk, and the Lithid abilities with monk stuff is really cool. So Orpheus seemed like kind of the logical choice, and then he ends up being cast out by his people because he's a mind player. You know, hooray! Fantasy racism, woohoo! Or Karlach. But Orpheus, he can sit in D tier. The Oathbreaker Knight. If you were playing a paladin or have anyone else who's playing a paladin, which in my playthrough, I made Halsin a druid paladin, and he ended up breaking his oath. I forget how. And then the Oathbreaker paladin showed up, or the Oathbreaker Knight. I like the Oathbreaker Knight. I like his design. I like that he basically talks you through. It's like, okay, here's what it means to be an Oathbreaker. I'll put him in C tier. But that's my Baldur's Gate tier list, guys. I know it's not what anyone really expects, and I probably have more hot takes than anything on this. I think all of the regular companions, majority of them that you get in Act 1 are cardboard cutouts. I don't think they're very interesting. They're very well voice acted. Again, Baldur's Gate is a very well acted game, but I don't much care for a lot of the characters. But that's from a Dungeon Master standpoint. Like, they tried to tie in so much over a very broad open world campaign. So because there was so much to work with, they didn't use enough. How can I phrase this? So if Baldur's Gate 3 were a soup, right? They put in too many ingredients and not enough seasonings to complement those ingredients. There was just too much. Flavors are all over the place. You have some of it's bland, some of it's spicy, some of it's even very savory at times, but overall it is not a filling meal. You can keep eating until you're full, but it's not, overall it's not good. It's not a 5-star meal. Does that make sense? Like, equating it to food, does that make sense? I hope, because that's how I feel about it. But yeah, that's my list. Love it or hate it, that's where we're at. Yes, hot take, Baldur's Gate 3 was not KOTOR 2 writing wise. Still, overall, and I'm saying this, overall, Baldur's Gate 3 was a good game. Is a good game. Do I think it should have won Game of the Year? Oh, maybe. But it's acting. The acting of the game itself is what set it apart from others. People fell in love with the voices of the characters and paid less attention to a lot of what was going on with the characters. If you break them all down, they're characters who all suffer some form of some form of trauma in form of abuse or neglect. And while those are strong ways to write your NPCs, strong ways to write your characters to make them more interesting, give them depth, when you do it with almost all of them, then it all kind of blends together, and I just shrug. It's like, okay, this person's just like this one, except different people are involved. But it's a good game to get people in. And the only problem with Baldur's Gate to 5th edition D&D as a one-to-one comparison for getting people interested is that Baldur's Gate took liberties that don't really exist in D&D, and a lot of people who played Baldur's Gate first tend to think that they work that way. And then, I mean, yeah, there are some DMs that can run things that way too. But at the same time, you're looking at two different rule sets. They basically had to make, with Baldur's Gate, they had to make D&D video game form. That's what they did. Otherwise, it'd be real kludgy with rules and things like that. So, but again, good game. I thought it was good. I didn't think it was the greatest thing ever. I thought it was good. So let me screenshot. So it's S, and we'll do S and D. BG3, S to D. And then, was it S to D? Well, it was. And then just F tier. I could just leave out F tier entirely and not even worry about it. Save. BG3. Okay. All right. We still have so many more. That's okay. I like that we have more. We have a lot to do. What's the next one I got on here? That's a big tier list. But that's okay. We can do this one. This is the Muppets. We're gonna do the Muppet tier list now. Pop. The Muppet tier list. So there's obviously a lot of new characters in this, and I obviously have strong favorites. The reason we're doing a Muppet tier list is because I tend to do a really good Kermit the Frog impression, and this one's mainly for the following people in our community. That'd be Digital Valkyrie, Literally, and Lyric Weaver. They're all very big Muppet fans. So if I don't know a character, you have to give me some leeway here. I don't know all the Muppets. I know ones from movies I've seen, from Sesame Street, from things like that. But like some of them are like from the Muppets sitcom that they did. I don't know it that well, but yeah. So anyway, we're gonna go through some of those, and we're gonna do those now. So Muppets mentioned, yeah. So we're gonna do Muppets next. Obviously, at the top of all things is Kermit the Frog. Kermit the Frog is S tier. Arguments will not be taken on Kermit. I woke up from my nap. Yeah, Kermit just celebrated his 70th birthday, so happy 70th birthday to Kermit the Frog. Miss Piggy also S tier. I love Miss Piggy. Gonzo also S tier. This is either going to be a very short tier list, or this is going to be just all over the place. Fozzie, okay, so now we're at the point where I'm like, oh, okay, it's Fozzie. I like Fozzie. I don't think he's S tier though. I'm gonna put him in A tier. I like Fozzie. Rolf. I would put Rolf in A. But Scooter, I'm gonna put Scooter in C. Like, he's from the Muppet Show perspective, Scooter was, yeah, Scooter's a Nepo baby. He inherited the theater and kind of lords that over Kermit. And then it's like, okay, well, yeah. But there's also some other stuff involving Scooter too. Like he's just kind of, eh. Animal, I love Animal. Animal's so cool. Dr. Teeth and the Electric Mayhem, coolest name for a band ever. Coolest name for a band ever. Yeah, he is kind of forgettable for a major character. Also very true. Honestly, maybe Scooter go down to D tier. He's not F tier because he's. I'm gonna reserve F tier for characters that I don't know, and D tier for characters that I know but I don't really care for. So let's do it that way. F tier is just F for forgettable or I don't know. Let's save that tier specifically because there's a lot of them in here that I don't know. Members of the Electric Mayhem. You're itching to get on call to school. Oh, Val, are you really? Are you really? Val is chomping at the bit. You staying up to witness that? That's fair. Members of the Electric Mayhem. Janice, Zoot. Zoot skipped the groove again. God, Val's gonna kill me. You guys are gonna kill me. What's his name? Floyd. His name's Floyd. Never mind. I about spaced on it. This guy though, this blonde dude, he's not part of the Electric Mayhem, is he? He is? Okay. I don't remember his name. Do you remember his name, Val? What's that guy's name? I don't remember it. I don't. So I kind of forgot him. Bunsen and Beaker, the best canonical non-canon couple in the non-canonical canon couple of the Muppets. They're going in A tier. I like them. I like Bunsen and Beaker. Yeah, I meant Digital Valkyrie. Sorry. Her name is Val. Rizzo, I've never been a fan of Rizzo. However, his pizzeria in Disney World is really cool. Rizzo's S tier. Rizzo is C tier. He's above Scooter. Pepe, however, is S tier. I slap you so hard, okay? I love him. Statler and Waldorf, S tier. I love those grumpy old men. I love those grumpy old men so much. They are the best hecklers in the history of heckling, and I don't think that anyone else can beat them. This, like I said, this is going to be either a very short list or a very extensive S tier list. Swedish Chef, I like the Swedish Chef, but his real hands bother me. Like, Beaker has fake Muppet hands. Swedish Chef has real hands, but still funny. I like him. Sam the Eagle. Sam the Eagle is also A tier for me. I like when he's forced to play the straight man. You are all weirdos. And then when he's Sam Errol in Muppet Treasure Island. Oh, I knew it. He's furious. Sweetums. Sweetums is B tier. I don't dislike Sweetums, but I like him more than I like Rizzo. Robin. I don't like Robin. And I don't know if it's because he's Kermit's nephew or what. I don't like Robin, but he's gonna be in D tier. Camilla. Camilla is Gonzo's girl, but again, I'm not. I remember they did CeeLo Green's song F You, but they did it as the Chickens, and it was. You know, that was funny, but they're also just the Chickens. I guess I'll put Camilla in C tier for the C. Dave Goals, Gonzo is the only remaining OG. Yeah. Robin was a real scrappy. I mean, I guess so. That's Uncle Deadly, right? This is Uncle Deadly, right? Okay. I like Uncle Deadly's design. And he's got this villainous cadence to his voice, and I like it. I'll put him in B tier. Some of these I recognize from, like, the sounds their voices make. Like, hey, it's that guy, hey. He's kind of forgettable to me, though, so he's going in F tier. This is one of the pigs from Pigs in Space. I like Pigs in Space. I sometimes catch myself with the vocal stem of Pigs in Space. So you can go in B tier. Link. Okay, thank you. This is this old pig. I don't remember the old pig. But they were in Pigs in Space too. So we'll D tier him. This is the guy that throws the fish. I like him. I don't remember his name, but he throws the fish. This is the guy that exploded things. I don't know if that was necessary, so he's going in D tier. This guy was the news anchor. I guess I don't remember their names. I just remember like things that they did. He's kind of forgettable to me though. Let's see. I don't remember who this guy is, so forgettable. I don't remember this. Wait, were these people were in were they in Muppet Christmas Carol? These two? They made out okay. I thought they were in Muppet Christmas Carol, but I could be wrong. Yes, in the back. Okay. But again, forgettable. I don't know who this little pig is, so she's also forgettable. I don't know who this little guy is. So forgettable. The old man from the one Muppet movie. I thought he was funny. He's funnier than Rizzo, so he can go up there. Okay. Oh, you want to help me? Okay, hold on, Val. Hold on. Let me. Hold on. I'm gonna jump in general voice. Give me a second. I'm gonna set the channel status. Hold on. Streaming Muppet tier on stream. Set status. Hold on. Where's Spooky Group? Okay. I guess that'll work. Someone get down. I'm crying. Oh man. Hello? Hold on. Hello? 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 Hold on.
I am so sorry.
Sorry for hello? Hello, can you hear me, Val?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sweet bearded baby. Oh, wow, you're huge. You're huge. Straighten. Get smaller. There you go. Okay, Val. So what am I doing wrong here?
You're not doing anything wrong, but I just feel like I need to school you on some of these because you're like, who are they?
but evidently I've done something wrong because you're telling me that I need to be schooled.
I at least just want to say that the guy that you just put in the F tier,
This little guy?
he was originally the MC in the pilot that was called, like, Sex and Romance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Kermit was originally part of, Sesame Street,
Okay.
and he was boring. This MC guy was really boring.
It's probably why I don't know him.
Yeah, he's in the orchestra pit in the opening of the Muppet Show.
Oh. So I didn't put him anywhere wrong, right? So he's just where he is.
No, I just want to be here as support.
Good lord.
So
Okay.
that way you're like, who is this?
Who is this? This guy. Who's this blue dude? This one down here.
I just know he's one of the few big bodysuit Muppets.
Okay. Well, I don't remember him, so he's got to go in F tier. But there's Fozzie's mom. I remember Fozzie's mom. I liked his mom. Watch out for that patch of ice. Yeah. She's going in B tier though.
She's a baddie.
I don't know who this guy is.
Okay. He was a part of the original Salmon Friends.
Okay.
Way back in, like, the 50s when Jim first met his wife.
Okay.
And they did public access in Washington, D.C.
Oh, okay. Well, again, I don't know him. I don't think I've ever seen Salmon Friends in its entirety, so...
Listen, with Kermit's birthday last week, and then the anniversary of Jim's passing, and then the shutting down of Muppet Vision 3D, like, I need to be here, Joe.
Okay. Okay. Well, if this is helping you, then that's fine. Who's this fella? Like, again, I don't know him, so he's gonna have to go in F tier, but...
Oh god, I don't even know.
Oh, no. Chat, we found a Muppet that Val doesn't know. Someone, please. The Phenomena guy. He's very much ingrained in meme culture. Everyone knows the Phenomena guy. However, the song becomes such an earworm that I can't put that higher than D tier. I can't. It's such an earworm. Like, I just can't. And then the doo-doo-doos, they're right there with him. This is one of the... Is that the rat woman from... not rat woman. One of the rats from Muppets Take Manhattan. Was she in that one, or...
Yeah.
Okay. She can be there with Rizzo.
She was the one that Rizzo was trying to put the Riz on.
Oh, is that why he's called Rizzo? Is that why?
I don't know. Steve was pretty much told by Jim to pick a random puppet out of a box. and just to have him in the background and try to like get people's attention.
Okay. What for the rat or
No, for the original Muppet Show. That's how he did it with Dave Goelz too.
huh?
And then Jim was just like, "This is your guy. You can spruce him up and do whatever you want with him."
That's interesting. Now I know the history behind Bean because Val has told me this story. Val has told me this story about Bean. The Bean was created. Now you feel free to correct me, but let me say it first, and then you can correct me. Is that fine, Val? Can we do that? I'll say what I think
Yes.
I remember, and then you can correct me. So when Disney bought the Muppets, they wanted the Muppets to be more kid friendly, and they wanted like a cute puppet. And so they had Jim make Bean, but Jim hated Bean. So they made sure that Bean got like tossed around and stuff like that, like in the shows. Is that somewhat correct, Val? Am I on mark with that? Feel free to again fill in blanks, correct me, but that's what I know from it.
Okay. You are about 75% correct on the Bean lore.
Okay.
Bean was in an Easter special years prior to the Disney merger. And it was a project done by Lisa, Jim's daughter. And again, a lot of these Muppets get recycled out in different projects. And, you know, the Disney merger was, I think, catastrophic, still is. But when they were doing Muppet Christmas Carol, since Brian was producing it and Disney was backing it, they're like, "Oh, you got to add some cute stuff." And they're like, "Oh, let's just get Bean in here," because he was like the nauseatingly cute character.
Yeah.
Like, Goldie, if you're still here, Bean Bunny is the normal of the Muppets. And unfortunately, the original Bean Muppet was he wasn't
he
stored
left to rot?
properly.
He was left to rot.
Yes. So the only Bean that is left is in Muppet Vision 3D.
That's insane.
Yeah, the Bean lore is wild.
But I have to put Bean at the bottom of D tier.
That's Bean's fate, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Bean. You're destined to just be lost and forgotten. His name is Cal, right? The catfish guy? Clifford, thank you. I knew it started with a C. I like Clifford. I like his design. Hey, Kim. I love him. I love him a lot. I'm gonna put him in B tier for me. Now this guy who's like literally an egghead, like his head looks like an egg, but he's like one of the people Muppets. Like it's a Muppet based on a person, but it's still a Muppet.
Yeah, he's another background one. He's always one of the spazzy ones that like freaks out when something's going on, or he perpetually looks worried. Fun fact about Muppets looking like people: in the early run of the Muppet Show, like when they had their guest stars, they would make a celebrity Muppet that looked like the guest, and it would like pop up at the end credits.
Literally, like it looks like a Mr. Meaty character. Literally.
Oh my god, literally, yes.
You should be in on this call too, literally. You really should, but
Literally, get in here.
No, literally's probably got stuff they have to do. They're just listening in because Val is a font of Muppet lore. I will say that, you know, if I ever have any questions about Muppet stuff, I know who to ask. But this guy, yeah, I've seen him. I've seen him in plenty of the, like, again, you said he's in the background, but I'm probably gonna put him down here in D tier too because I've seen him. I'm probably gonna put him in F tier. I don't know him to form the strongest of opinions. Let's see. Oh, what is going on with my computer? Now we're getting to some of my favorite characters. Muppet Treasure Island is one of my favorite Muppet movies. Tim Curry is a treasure. God's bless that man. I like Polly. What was the goofy guy's? What was his name? The goofy one.
The goat. Oh, see, Muppet Treasure Island wasn't like really big for me growing up, so I didn't watch it as often.
Okay.
I was more of Muppet Christmas Carol and then the original Muppet movie and then Muppets Take Manhattan and then Muppets in Space. Or
Okay.
Muppets from Space.
Well, anyway, I like those characters. I like them a lot.
This is for you.
This is for you. Yeah, and then you gave me the black spot. This guy, I remember him. I like his design. I'm gonna put him in C tier. The monkey, the chimpanzee. Oh,
Falling, Yarrow, falling, falling, swag. Woman, I'm Lord
Getting raid.
of the Rings. I'm the Jarl of Whiterun. Holler if you need me.
welcome, Raiders. If Ratatash hasn't told you, my name is Jotun Redwolf. I'm a Viking VTuber, professional dungeon master. I play games like Baldur's Gate, Fallout, Pokemon, and other such things. We're currently celebrating my affiliate anniversary, 3 years of streaming. I am here with Digital Valkyrie, one of our esteemed mods here on the channel. We're doing a Muppet tier list right now. How was your stream? What did you do? Fallout or Resident Evil 4? Fantastic. You're playing more of that. Has Ashley become fully insufferable yet or no? But Raiders, I understand that streaming can take its toll on the community and the streamer themselves, so please make sure that you're staying hydrated, grabbing a bathroom break, doing any self-care rituals that you need to do, because your health is paramount here on the Jotun Red Wolf channel. You're not required to stick around. We appreciate it if you do. Tash, thanks for dropping the kids off at the pool. We'll take good care of them. You tried. Ashley got kidnapped again. It happens. It happens. But yeah, I'm here with our esteemed mod, Digital Valkyrie. Val, please say hi.
Hi.
She's helping me go through our Muppet tier list because I'm struggling to remember a lot of the background characters, but Val herself is a very potent font of Muppet lore. We covered a lot of tier lists earlier. We did D&D classes. We did Baldur's Gate characters. We did school classes. This tier list is it is. Star Kitty, hello, thank you for the 3. Yay! Our resident, yeah, Val is the resident Muppet lore master. But yeah, so again, Raiders, if you have to raid and run, I totally understand. I appreciate you guys stopping by. Thank you so much. Well, Tash, you have the one redeem where it's a sound alert of, and I like the Swedish chef, but what throws me off is he has human hands and not Muppet hands, so it kind of throws me off. And I'm sure other people might agree with me. But we're gonna hop back into it, guys. Feel free to hang around. You don't have to. Val, what is this monkey's name? I don't remember his name. I just remember him from like background stuff.
Him and the Dean Martin looking Muppet that you put in Tier C, I think they started with Muppets Tonight.
Yeah.
And then they were in Muppets from Space, and they're like, who cut this cake? Like, I don't remember their name specifically, but I know where they're from. But yeah, they were from Muppets Tonight, and they did a lot of the late 90s, early 2000s Muppet media, which is very, very rare.
Okay. I remember the bear guy from Muppets from Space. Right? Did I say that right, or is it Muppets in Space?
Okay, so
Here we go. I knew this was gonna happen, chat. I knew this, so I'm gonna let Val talk. Go ahead.
So Muppets from Space was originally called Muppets in Space, and the original plot was that somebody got abducted and they went out up to space to get them, and they had merch released of the Muppets in space stuff. They have like the Welch's jelly jars that you could reuse as drinking glasses. Those are very rare, and I'm actually looking for those whenever I go antiquing because my kitchen has Muppet cookie jars and the old lunch boxes. But but he was in Muppets from Space. He was also in Muppets Tonight. I remember an episode where he had the hots for Sandra Bullock because she was one of the guest stars. And his performer, David Beretta, is also Rolf. And Rolf was actually without a performer for a very long time after Jim's passing. Like, he had a silent role in Muppet Christmas Carol, and then Dave Beretta, who is also Pepe, and then the bear. I think his name's Bozo. I just know, like, he's got, like, a very, like, circus bear name.
Yeah. I like him. I like him a lot. I'm going to put him in B tier next to Mama Foz. This monster, I know he would just eat people, right? You could like, he would like throw puppets down into his throat or something like that.
Yeah, he was in the Bohemian Rhapsody video that they did.
Okay,
he would just eat everybody left and right.
I like his design. There's an elephant. Who's this elephant? Do you even know who this elephant is?
He's actually an anteater. He was only in Muppets Tonight, and he was with Pepe. And story time, little Val watched Muppets Tonight, and the anteater character in Rizzo had like this joke routine, and I got in trouble for repeating this joke.
Okay, are you gonna get in trouble? Am I gonna get in trouble on Twitch for letting you tell this joke?
No, it's very tame. It's just like, oh, it's that kind of joke. But it's like, what do you get when you mix an elephant with a rhino?
Elefino.
Yep, that was the joke, and it shot to the audience, and they all had like their Muppet mouths drop to the floor. Like, did they just say that? And little Val, I thought it was hilarious, and I'm like, Dad, I have a joke. And he's like, what? And I repeated. He's like, how dare you? You can't say that. And I'm like, ah.
I love that. I don't remember him though, but because I knew what the punchline of the joke was, I'm gonna put him in D tier.
Yeah, he was only in Muppets Tonight.
This guy, he was introduced in Muppets from Space. The one guy, the scientist who kind of looks like Andy Dick. I don't much know more or care about him, so he's gonna go there. Who's this this freak on a leash right here? This Frankenstein looking.
Whoa, I don't know if he's from the one adult movie that Brian did with I can't remember the comedian. She was Ursula in the remake of Little Mermaid. Melissa McCarthy.
Okay.
I think that's where he's from. Because I don't remember him. There's very few that I don't remember.
Okay. Well, he's going to go in F tier because I don't know him. And we're saving F tier for kind of like the forgettable ones. A majority of the pigs down here, I don't know a lot of these characters. And I don't want to spend too much time on like the characters that we don't really know. But I'm open to you explaining them.
The first pig... He showed up in the one series that they tried doing on Disney Plus where it was like this weird web show. He was also in Muppets Tonight. The two piggies in the middle are Miss Piggy's nephews.
She has nephews?
Yep. Oh, Miss Piggy's backstory before she became a performer is actually very sad. Like, she came from like a trailer park. Her story was very like rags to riches.
Oh, geez.
There's a very weird holiday special where Joan Crawford is the bad guy, and it's pretty much like It's a Wonderful Life, because Kermit gets like fed up and he's like, oh, I wonder how everybody would be without me. And Miss Piggy is essentially like a crazy cat lady who lives in a trailer.
Oh, wow. So
Yeah.
So I don't know Miss Piggy's nephews, but who's this Britney Spears looking strip of bacon right here? Who is that?
I think she's a product of the late 90s, early 2000s Muppet media where they were just
I would
grasping
say.
at straws and trying to remain relevant. She's not Denise.
We can't grasp at straws here. There's other things I want to grasp at, but she's a cute pig.
I knew it, Joker.
Yeah, just for that, she's going she's going in D tier. Yeah. Thanks, Goldie. So this is the space captain from he's the alien leader of Gonzo's people. I liked his voice in Muppets from Space. That was a good one. I like him. I'll probably put him in C tier.
All the little Gonzo alien relatives were adorable.
Yeah, they're really cool. I like that they expanded more on it. Walter.
Kumo, they technically showed Piggy and Kermit's kids in Muppets Most Wanted. There was a little green piggy and a little pink frog.
That's messed up, yo. I don't think pigs and frogs can breed, but then again, they're Muppets. They aren't really animals. So. So Walter. I know Walter, and the thing that I thought was really interesting in when they did the new Muppets movie was that his human version was John Parsons from The Big Bang Theory. But Walter was kind of an annoying character. Amaya, hello, thank you. We get a shout out for Kumo and Amaya and everyone, please. But yeah, I found Walter to be a little annoying though. Walter is in fact your son. Literally, why is your son so annoying? No, he was okay. He was okay. I'm gonna put him in C tier. He's not gonna go any higher than that, but this was Kermit's butler, wasn't it? The robot butler in the Muppets.
Yep, and he helped with their road trip.
Because he helped with the road trip, he's going in A tier. I like his design. Oh, he's figuring himself out. Okay, literally, you know what? I'll give Walter the pass, but he's still in C tier. So, this was one of the mean pig, the Muppets. Was it what they called them? Was the Muppets because they weren't the Muppets? And
Yes, in the 2011 Muppet movie, the oil baron is like, I'm gonna buy the rights to the Muppets, and then the Muppets are gonna take over. And they were the ones that Fozzie performed with, and they were like really mean to him.
Yeah, I don't much care for them, but unfortunately, they're not in the forgettable tier because I remember who they were and what they did, so they're gonna be at the bottom of D tier. Constantine. I like Constantine.
I have a theory about Constantine.
All right, feed us your theory while I put him in A tier, okay? Go for it.
Yeah. Constantine is actually the Kermit that we have today. Because in Muppets Most Wanted, they did a switcheroo in that final fight scene. So Kermit is back in Russia with Tina Fey, which is understandable. Him and Piggy did split in the ABC series, so that's fair. But yeah, Constantine is the current Kermit because Matt Vogel, who performs him, is a terrible Kermit. He's a good Big Bird, he's a good Ernie, but he's a terrible Kermit.
Well, I mean, if Matt Vogel is such a terrible Kermit, who would you cast to be Kermit the Frog in that case? Who would you cast?
Well, I mean, you can't bring back Steve because apparently Steve had disagreements with Disney. He didn't like the direction Kermit was going. But if I were to cast a Kermit, It would be our very own Jotun Red Wolf.
No way. There's no way that
Yeah,
you would have
way.
me be Kermit the Frog. Well, maybe.
Yahweh.
That would be fun.
Right. Guys, clip it and send it to Disney because Disney doesn't know what to do with their
Oh,
monopoly
geez.
of properties.
Why are there so many clips about Jotun speaking like Kermit the Frog? Sorry, I had to. Anyway, got Hollywood on the phone with the idea of a lifetime. This pig, she was in the Muppets sitcom thing, right? She was Kermit's love interest. She's kind of forgettable for me.
That's Denise. They only made her because Kermit and Piggy broke up, and apparently Kermit has a type.
Kermit's allowed to have a type, but my type is people who are not forgettable. So sorry, Denise, you're in
And the one pig in D tier.
yeah. Well, I like her design. She's like Britney Spears.
Now, why didn't they go with her? I think they could have put like a brunette wig on her.
I don't know.
'Cause she's cuter than Denise.
Yeah, she's definitely cute. Is this? No, that's not the Jug Band Christmas otter, right?
No, it's the lawyer that's been popping up in the new media stuff.
Okay, so forgettable for me. I thought
Yeah.
that I might have known, but I didn't. This is the turkey. Is that the turkey from the Christmas special where they go to Fozzie's mom's house?
I recognize the Muppet, but they definitely gave it a makeover. And he became a she. So they transitioned, and they were in the one. They were in the the one Muppet series that flopped on Disney Plus. She was on a skit with the Swedish Chef.
Okay. Well, she's gonna hop into F tier. I kind of forgot about her, but congratulations on your transition. I hope everything went well. This lady, I don't know who she is. She looks grumpy and old.
I think those three right there are from the Happy Fun Time Murders.
Okay. Again, I don't know them. I never saw the Happy Fun Time Murders, so they're all gonna kind of like hop in there. Now we're getting to my childhood. My childhood was filled with Sesame Street, and I'm gonna tell you, a majority of these characters are gonna be within the S and the A tiers. A tier for Sesame Street characters is gonna be reserved for my, characters that I enjoyed seeing on screen, and then there were very few that I didn't enjoy seeing on screen. Obviously Big Bird is going to go A tier for me. Oscar the Grouch, I loved Oscar the Grouch. He was a grumpy old dude who lived in the trash can and said scram. So he's going to go S tier for me. Elmo, there's a lot with Elmo, and I loved Elmo growing up, but then I worked at Toys R Us and everyone went after Elmo. A lot of people were like, "Oh, we need the Tickle Me Elmos and things like that." And then I'm just getting ready to take a drink. Thank you. But like, a lot of it was like, I have nephews that would watch Elmo and they'd be like, "Uncle Joe, can you do the voice?" So then all the time I would talk to Elmo, and I would always do the Elmo voice and go and all that kind of stuff. But that was something that I would do for fun. I would do the voices for fun, and I don't know if it came through okay in the microphone, and I hope it didn't blow out anyone's ears by doing the high pitched Elmo voice. Almost in the room with this. Yeah, literally, Elmo's right here with you, and Elmo wants to tell everybody that Elmo thinks that everyone is fantastic and wonderful, and please make sure that Sesame Street doesn't get off the air, because otherwise Elmo is not going to have a job. Anyways, enjoy that. Elmo is going in S tier. I like Elmo. Um, Cookie Monster. Cookie Monster also S tier. And Val, if you've got any like anything to say interesting about the Muppets as I'm putting them up in the tiers, feel free. Bert and Ernie. I like Bert and Ernie. They are also one of the best non-canonical canon couples in Muppets history. I'm gonna put Bert. You gotta put Bert and then Ernie because otherwise it just doesn't flow properly.
I will say that the Muppets or not the Muppets, Sesame Street predates the Muppets.
Yes.
And Jim was actually a bit terrified of doing children's programming because, the Muppets are for everybody, but one of the producers for Children's Workshop was like, hey, this Jim Henson guy's got some really cool stuff. So, just a little tidbit on that.
Okay. Grover. I like the Super Grover skits, but Grover gets so grating in other skits that he's in. Like he's always in like a skit with that one little blue dude. The blue Muppet with like, I think he's got like a pink nose and he's kind of got like the horseshoe haircut. Yeah, and the monster at the end of this book, I think, do I have that book? I'd have to check to see if I've got. I'm gonna ask Mama Red Wolf if I've got that book anywhere. But Grover, I like Grover. The Count, guys, the Count is S tier. I don't care what anyone says. The Count is S tier.
The Count is married.
The Count is married. It is canonical that the Count gets it. And I guess his wife is really cute too. So I love that for him. Congrats to the Count. 1, 2. Snuffleupagus. I'm gonna put Snuffy in B tier. Now, the only reason I'm putting Snuffy in B tier is I was kind of afraid of Snuffleupagus as a kid. I was kind of afraid of Snuffleupagus.
I was too, Joe.
Like, I didn't dislike him, but I know, what was it in what's the one Big Bird movie that they did? What was the name of that movie, Val? I know you know it. I
think it was just called like Get That Bird or something, and like Big Bird's looking for his family.
Yeah, and
it's been ages since I've seen it.
Yeah, but I'm gonna put Snuffy up here in
Follow that bird. Follow that bird. That's what it's called. Follow that bird. Sorry, not Get That
okay,
Bird.
Cool.
But Snuffy was Big Bird's imaginary friend at first.
Yeah, and then he became like canon when everyone could see him.
Well, because it was kind of alluded that it's like, well, if we don't believe what children are saying when it comes to certain situations, so they made Snuffy real.
I mean, that's good though. That's good that they're like, hey, we should believe what children tell us. Abby Cadabby. Oh my god. I have such a gear to grind about Abby Cadabby. I get that they needed more new kid Muppets, but Abby Cadabby was like, she grated on me so much when I would watch like Sesame Street with my nephews and things like that, and especially working at Toys R Us. Like, if it wasn't the Elmo toys, it was the Abby Cadabby toys. And I don't know. I can't really put her above D tier. I can't. Her name is escaping me. Rosita, thank you. I am very glad that the Muppets had included a bilingual Muppet, and actually helped teach kids Spanish and things like that. Yeah, I like Rosita. Rosita's probably she's definitely high B tier. somewhere in here. She's above Uncle Deadly, but below everyone else. But she's there. She's good. She's a good one. Telly. I liked Telly, but again, he's probably up here in B tier too. Zoe, the interaction between Zoe and Elmo, and surely you people have, I say you people as in people have never seen Sesame Street before, but surely you have seen on the internet the interaction where Elmo's about to crash out because Zoe's got her pet rock. and Elmo's like, but Zerl, there's a rock, and he's getting ready to, he's going through it. Elmo's going through it with her.
Rocco.
But I find Zoe to be kind of annoying. I'm gonna put her below Walter. I don't know if I could do the Elmo voice anymore. I'll need to drink something after a while. The little teddy bear. What was the teddy bear's name?
Baby Bear.
Baby Bear. Baby Bear's kind of, he's kind of forgettable for me though. A lot of these other Muppets are kind of forgettable too. Thank you, literally.
Hello? I'm under the water. Can you please save me?
Yeah, a lot of these Muppets are kind of forgettable for me down here. Like Baby Bear. And I don't know this one's name. I've seen this one before. I've seen him before. I kind of remember him, but I don't know this one. The orange one. They look newer.
I know that Blue Fuzzy Monster did a lot of like the ones where they would like interview kids and talk about like their shapes and the alphabet and stuff. The Fuzzy Blue Monster, though, I didn't watch Sesame Street like as much. I would only watch it when I was at like the babysitters when I was little. But
Okay.
I know the Fuzzy Blue Monster would do like the, oh, this is like our alphabet stuff, and he talked like this, and his voice was very gruff.
Okay. Ryan, hello. Thank you for the happy anniversary. Thank you so much. And Val, thank you for giving Ryan a shout out. This not orange one, this pink one here. I recall seeing her, but I don't remember her. She's kind of forgettable for me then. And then this one looks like one of the other Grouches. Were they in the one Oscar the Grouch film? Or no?
Elmo Adventures in Grouchland?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay. So again, kind of forgettable. The little worm, the little striped worm. I know you know what those are from. You have to know what that one's from.
I thought the little worm was Grover's buddy.
You mean Oscar's buddy?
Yeah, Grover, Oscar. I always get Grover and Oscar. I don't know why.
I remember them, but I don't like know them. And
Are you
then
thinking of the little worms from Eureka's Castle?
the Squirms? No.
Okay.
This is Maury. I know Maury.
Oh, I don't like Mouth. I forgot about his mouth being so weird. He did a lot of like the street talk stuff, where it's like he actually goes out and like interviews people. That would scare me. Very few Muppets terrify me, but if Murray came near me, I'd be like, no.
This, I don't know this sheep. It is definitely a sheep because of the way it's laid out, but I don't know this sheep.
The sheep and the cow I know are background.
Yeah, I don't know who this chef is. This one that kind of looks like a pink
Nope.
Pomeranian.
I think it's one of the newer. I haven't watched Sesame Street in quite some time.
Now this Muppet, she's newer, and I believe that she's autistic.
That's Julia. That's Julia, the autistic one, yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought. Because I haven't watched a lot of the newer stuff. I am going to put her I'm probably gonna put her in B tier for representation, because I think it's very important for other kids and even adults to understand the differences between people and how to properly interact with those who can't convey their feelings or their emotions. I feel like it's very imperative to learn that and find ways to help understand. So I think that's very important. So Julie's gonna go in B tier. I didn't know her name, and I apologize, because again, I don't watch a lot of the newer stuff. But then again, I don't know how much longer we're gonna have it, and that's unfortunate. These guys they've got like horns and bells on their head. I remember them from my youth, but I don't remember their names, and they're going in D tier because I don't remember anything. I remember these things. Weren't they like meep? They go meep meep meep.
Wop, 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 wop.
Okay. This guy, I don't remember this guy. This guy I remember because Grover torments him all the time.
The one guy that you don't remember, he was like the spazzy news reporter for Sesame Street. He was the one that replaced Kermit, because Kermit used to be the one reporter, and then this guy replaced Kermit when Kermit went on the Muppet Show.
Okay. This guy was like a Sherlock Holmes, I remember, but I don't remember much beyond that. This person, what were they?
A lot of these are background ones, except after up until the cow, and then I think after the cow is the Countess. That's the Count's wifey.
Okay, so I'm gonna put them, the background characters. I don't remember them. I feel really bad for not remembering them, but again, if they're background, I don't know. So there's the cow. Cow can go there. Countess, I remember her. She can go in D tier, but I don't know her that well. I don't know this one.
Like I said, those two are background ones.
This is an owl playing a saxophone, I think. But I don't know. This was this Snuffy? That wasn't her. Was that his sister? Was that Snuffleupagus' sister? He had a little sister,
Yes.
didn't he? Yeah.
Yes.
What's her name?
I can't remember, but I know that her parents are divorced. They split up. That was a big thing.
Oh boy. This evil looking rabbit. I don't know about him. There's a baby. I don't remember this baby either. Actually,
Whose baby is this?
I do. Whose sassy child is this? I don't I don't know who that is. I remember them from God, it's like so long ago. Why did Sesame Street feel so long ago, guys? Does anyone else know? Does anyone else have an inkling of why Sesame Street feels like it's so long ago when really it's not?
Because it is, Joe. It debuted in the early 70s.
Val, you're making me feel older. I'll disconnect you from this call.
That's fine.
I'm gonna put her down here. I don't know this dog.
Almost puppy.
That's Elmo's puppy?
Yeah.
I don't remember them having a puppy. The pictures look newer, so I'm assuming these are newer Muppets or newer characters to the cast, and I don't remember them. Okay, Grandpa, let's get you literally now. Don't put me in a home. I'm sorry, kids, I don't know you. Is this Big Bird's mom or dad?
I think that's either his mom or his grandma.
Sorry, I don't know you, Bird fam. I know that's Telly's dad.
No, that's Elmo's dad.
Oh, Elmo's dad. Well,
Yeah, he's in the
shoot, then I'm
military.
wrong. I'm wrong. Sorry, Elmo's dad. Is that Elmo's mom or Zoe's mom?
Elmo's mom.
Sorry, Elmo parents. Now we're at the Fraggles, because I don't remember a lot of these characters. So, I remember watching the Fraggles growing up, and I liked Fraggle Rock. So, Fraggle Rock, almost in its entirety, is going to be in B tier.
They've got a reboot of Fraggle Rock.
Now, I know this was the dog from Fraggle Rock. Probably put the dog from Fraggle Rock in C. My great aunt, she had a dog that looked a lot like that dog. And
Sprocket?
Yeah. And I thought that when we'd go to visit her, that if she had like a mouse hole or something like that, she didn't have any like mouse holes in the walls, but I would like look for mouse holes because I thought that because the dog was there, that the Fraggles would be there, which is kind of cute, I guess. Maybe it's just kind of dumb for a kid like me to think of, but like I always thought like, oh, the dog's here, so there's got to be Fraggles. I thought that was the connection, was if the dog looks like that, Fraggles are nearby. That was where my brain went with that kind of stuff. This was from Jim. Was this from Jim Henson's The Storyteller or no?
No, those are still from Fraggle Rock. Like, that's the prince,
right,
and that's
that's
the
right.
king queen. But fun fact, the old man from Fraggle Rock, like, Fraggle Rock, since it was, like, and Sesame Street did this, too. There was, like, regional stuff. Like, the Big Birds were different in different countries. The old man, that's Sprocket's owner, it would change by region. Like, there's one where they lived in a lighthouse, and he was an old sailor. But in the version that, like, I watched and that you watched, Joe, the old man from Fraggle Rock is the bartender in Boondock Saints.
Is he?
Yes! The one who gets, like, his Tourette's all wrong. It's like, you make like a tree and you get the F out of here.
Wow.
Like 5 degrees of separation with the Muppets.
Oh, jeez.
Well,
Yeah.
celebrities were like, we want to be on the Muppet Show.
That was like the height of like popularity back then. It's like, I can't wait to be on the Muppet Show.
You knew you made it if you were on the Muppet Show.
I know these things were in the Fraggles, but I don't remember them.
The trash heap was like their deity, and they would go ask it questions.
Yeah. And I liked these little things. The Doozers, I love the Doozers. The Doozers are the coolest thing ever.
There's actually like a kid's show now, I think it's on Hulu, that features the Doozers.
I love the Doozers. I think they're cute. I think they're really stinking cute. You're gonna die by... What are you talking about? Rubber Ducky, you're the one. Rubber Ducky, you're so fun. Thanks, Ernie. Again, more Fraggles. So I'm gonna put these other Fraggles up in here. Again, I remember a majority of the Fraggles. That was a majority of my childhood, was watching that stuff. Some of these look newer though. Maybe it's the...
Yeah, they're from the reboot, which I hate. Is it Moki?
I think it's Moki, yeah.
I hate her new design in the new Fraggle Rock series. I hate it. I hate it.
All right.
She looks completely different.
We're at Bear in the Big Blue House.
I love Bear in the Big Blue House. I low key still watch it.
Bear is A tier. I like Bear.
You can get his Noel is his performer. He was actually Audrey in Little Shop of Horrors recently, and he's on Cameo.
That's awesome. Tutter annoys me. Tutter's always annoyed me. So Tutter's going in D tier. You're kind of cutting out there now.
Tutter's breaking my mic.
But another one, like, I like Ojo. Ojo's not bad. I put Ojo in C tier. But then you got Trilo, and I don't know if I've got the voice in me to do Trilo right now, but it's mostly like... That was the noise that Trilo made all the time. but I like being able to do Treelo's noises. I'm a born entertainer. I have to be. I'm a born entertainer. At least I think so. In my mind, when I'm alone, I entertain myself.
Ojo was originally supposed to be Bear's niece.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And if you think about it, because like Tutter's got a grandma, Pip and Pop have grandparents. Treelo's an orphan. Like Bear just found him in a tree one day and took him in.
Yeah, I'll put Treelo up here. Pip and Pop, I'm actually gonna put them C tier. I liked Pip and Pop. And then Luna. I love Luna. Luna's going right up there next to Bear. And then this was he the mayor? The pig?
No, that's Doc. That's Doc Hogg. He
Doc
was the
Hogg.
doctor for the forest.
Okay.
He was performed by Kevin Clash, who was Clifford and Elmo and the baby dinosaur.
Okay. Well, that was a long one. This was a long list. I have 2 more tier lists to do, guys. I have 2 more tier lists to do. But that's okay, because I don't have anything else to do tomorrow. But I know that Val specifically, I think Val stayed up for this Muppet one, didn't you?
I sacrificed sleep to help you with this tier list, Joe. Happy 3-year affiliate anniversary, Joe. We love you.
Thank you, my friend. We love you too. Thank you so much for being there for this part of the tier list. And I hope that you get some rest, because I'm not going to be getting any rest. Ha ha ha. Oh, man. But thanks, Val. Everyone say bye, Val. I'm going to say it. Bye, Val. I'm gonna hit the button. Bye. There we go. That was Val, everybody. We love Val here.
I'm under the water.
Thank you for your service, Val. Exactly. All right, I'll do posture check and I'll do yoga. I might do one more bathroom break, guys. That way I'm amped and we can do the last 2 tier lists. Last 2 tier lists are, what do I have? Oh, I need to, that's right, I need to take a screenshot. That's it. This is an important one. This is definitely very, very important for our growth as people. So Sesame tier, and that's S2C, I think. Yeah. Oh man, still screwing it up. There we go. New. And then D to F. Sesame. Cool. All right. Okay, we're gonna do. We have 2 more. I think we can do it. So what I'm gonna do? One more break. Guys, feel free to grab snacks, bathroom breaks, whatever you got to do. Again, you're not required to stick around. Feel free to hang out. We're gonna go ahead and pull ourselves back together the best we can. So I'll be right back. I've returned. Hopefully everyone's having a fantastic time. Before we get into the next tier list, let me get it up and running here. Hold on. This one's that one. So this is, because we play Pokemon on the channel, I've decided to do the gym leader tier list. We're gonna go based on like aesthetics or like how difficult their fights were. I don't know, that seems like it'd be two different tier lists. I might just go based on aesthetics. Because that's gonna take, like, if I had to overanalyze each and every team of how they were in game, then that would take forever. That's okay. So, but before we get too far into it, a few things. Again, I want to thank everybody for sticking around for this 3-year affiliate anniversary thing. This isn't the official celebration, by the way. This is just me wanting to stream on my affiliate anniversary, so we didn't miss the opportunity to do this kind of thing. What I want to do at some point, probably coming up here near the crux of the end of the month, I want to, since we missed my birthday celebration because I took an impromptu hiatus, we're going to combine the anniversary celebration and the birthday celebration and then just do one big thing. We'll probably do Jackbox games and things like that. So it'll be a week-long thing. Again, I promise not to overload myself, but we're gonna do our best. Yes, and karaoke. Karaoke will be involved in that, yes. But maybe we could speed run this Pokemon gym leader tier list. You think we can do that? Probably. We can probably do that. So I guess we'll start with Gen 1 with Kanto. Brock's kind of a bland like outlook, but I guess that kind of makes sense because he's the rock gym leader. He's the first one you encounter. Misty, I love Misty. As a teenager, Misty was one of my early crushes in Pokemon. Who doesn't like a redhead? You know, I like redheads. But I'm gonna put her A tier. Lieutenant Surge raises questions for me because Lieutenant Surge is a soldier and he holds a military rank, which means there was a war in which he served or a military in which he was enlisted and gained that rank, and that makes me wonder. It's like, are there like wars in Pokemon? But I guess put him in D tier. Erica, love Erica. She's beautiful. One of the first themed Pokemon decks that I ever made when I played the Pokemon card game was an Erica themed deck. Koga, he's a ninja. I guess E tier. Janine, who is Koga's daughter, I think she does a better job at being a ninja than him. I think her poison type coverage was better than Koga's was, but I don't recall her exact Pokemon team. Honestly, Sabrina is going S tier. I love Sabrina. I've always liked Sabrina. I think that she's a very powerful gym leader. She's very cool. Let's see. Blaine. I like that Blaine is just this weird old man, so I'm gonna put him in C. He's just a weird old man who hangs out on a volcanic island. Giovanni can go E tier. I'm not a fan of Giovanni. I don't like the fact that he's both the final gym leader as well as the leader of Team Rocket. Now this, I don't know if this is supposed to be Gary or Blue. I think this is Blue because he doesn't look like Gary. This is Blue. I don't know much about Blue. Faulkner. Early gym bird Pokemon, doesn't use the regional birds in the area, so I guess I'm putting him in E. Bugsy, again, does not use... Okay, the problem I had with Gen 2 was that the gym leaders didn't use any of their regional Pokemon, but some of them, they couldn't really help that, especially Morty, because Morty did not have access to a lot of ghost types in their region, which was kind of a detriment to them. So Bugsy's going there. Whitney and her gosh darn Miltank. Everyone knows Whitney. Everyone who's played Pokemon, who's played through Gen 2 knows that Whitney's Miltank is a monster. And Whitney is kind of a brat about it. She doesn't want to give you the badge, but she does. Cute though. She's cute though. Morty, I'll put him in D tier. He looks kind of cool. That's not Chuck. Who is that? No, it's not Chuck. Gen 2. Yeah, it's Chuck. Okay. I thought that was Chuck. Gosh darn. Don't be silly, Joe. Chuck's kinda eh. Janine's cute. I don't like her little quest because her one Pokemon's sick and then she fights you with her steel types, but she's cute. Price, he's ice type gym leader. He's just old man. Claire, beautiful. But she could be less of a meanie about it. She doesn't give you the badge either. Gen 3, Roxanne, cute. Yeah, definitely up there. Brawly, I like his aesthetic. He's kind of like an odd surfer guy. Watson, and again, another old dude. Flannery, gorgeous. Norman, your deadbeat dad in the game. He can go E tier. Oh, I forget her name, and I'm gonna get in trouble for not remembering her name. Winona, that's it. It's Winona. Winona, very pretty, flying types. Tate and Lie's a very hard fight if you're playing Emerald. But double battles are cool. Oh gosh, he was the champion. What's his name? I don't remember. But then there's you both can go down here. So this is Rourke. Rourke, I don't much care for. Maylene, I'm skipping over the grass one because I don't remember her name. Maylene can go up in A tier. Crasher Wake, I like that he's a wrestler. He's literally like a wrestler themed character. What is her name? What is her name? Oh gosh, everyone's gonna be so mad at me for not remembering. In 3. Pokemon gym leaders. No, we're looking at Gen 4. We need Gen 4. Gardenia. Okay. She does show off her tummy, which I'll put her here. Fantina, pretty, but I don't really care much for her aesthetic. I think he's Rourke's dad. Candace. Volkner. I like Volkner as a character, so maybe put him there. These three were the ones that fought with the grass, the fire, and the water monkeys, and I don't know. They can all go down here. Lenora, normal type gym leader. Her design, again, she's the normal type gym leader, so her design being kind of just normal it fits, but I'm like, eh. Berg, I don't like Berg. Alessa was really nice. I liked her too. She was cool. Boop, 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 boop. Skyla's cute, but I'm gonna put her in C tier though. No. Drayden. I like Drayden's like facial hair, but I don't think his beard makes much sense. Like it's kind of throwing me off. But his overall design as a dragon trainer looks really cool. Yeah, I think Jasmine. I think that's her name, Jasmine. So there's Charon. Charon's Pokemon are hard to beat though. Roxy's design's cool. I forget the water trainer in that one. Oh, she's the bug trainer photographer. She's cute too. From X and Y. And then I like his design. I think his name's Grant. Is it Grant? Must be Grant. You enjoyed Nessa, but mostly because you're torn between water, bug, and metal. That's fair. That's fair. Hold on. Let's. So they're in X and Y. Yeah, that's Grant. And then there's Karina, who she was cool for like a rollerblading trainer. She was pretty cool. That's Ramos. Didn't much care for Ramos. And I don't care for the kid trainers. What's her name? Her name was Valerie, right? Was it Valerie? Yes, she was the fairy type gym leader. She was pretty cool. I liked her too. She looked very ethereal when I played X and Y. Like she's got like this just big, like just full black alien-like eyes. I forget her. And then again, more water trainers. I'm like, eh. So these ones are from. They're from Black and White, right? Or is it Black and White too? No. I'm thinking the wrong one. Not Black and White. I think it's Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon. Blah, blah, blah. I'm dumb. All right. I want that. I want Trial Captains of Kahunas. There we go. Okay, there they are. Leap 4. Ilima. Okay, I don't remember Ilima, so you're kind of gonna go here. Lana was a cute trial captain. I'll put her in C. Kiawe was really cool. I liked fighting him with his marrow axe. They were really cool. That one is Mallow. She had grass types. I liked hers. Sophocles. Again, another child gym trainer. Acerola wasn't too bad. Or Acerola, how do you say her name? She had a cool backstory, especially for a ghost trainer. And her hair kind of looks like a Phantump. The gourd one Pokemon. the Ghost Gourd, and then this is Mina. Mina was cool. Maybe put her there. And there's Hala, and then Olivia was really nice design, very pretty. Nanu, he was a tough trainer too. All right, now we're at Sword and Shield. There's another one you remember with hexagonal blue glasses that you vibe with. Hold on. I'm seeing if I put them in anywhere here. I don't see anyone with hexagonal blue glasses, so I don't know. Sword and Shield I'm familiar with. Milo, I like Milo's design. Milo's cool. Nessa is my wife, and I will not say anything more on that. Kabu's a very... To me, Kabu was so difficult when I first played Sword and Shield. Like, before I did the Nuzlocke, Kabu had been the make it or break it point for me. Like, not being able to beat him and progressing through the story. He is a tough hurdle. He is a very tough hurdle, especially for third gym. Mulane. He's an Elite Four guy, I think, though. But yeah. So Kabu, I'm honestly gonna put Kabu probably at the top of B tier. He also is very fit. B, I love B. She's super pretty. I'm gonna put her up here too. Alistair, I haven't played Shield to go up against Alistair, so I don't know much about him, but I like his design. Opal, she's a weird old lady. She's a weird old bat. Bede, I respect Bede as a rival, but I'm gonna put him in C tier. Gordy, Gordy's just kind of whatever. Melanie, his mom, though. Hello, ma'am. He was in Sun and Moon. Pierce, I like Pierce. His Pokemon are pretty tough. But I'm gonna put him in D tier. Marnie, I love Marnie. I love her design. Something about punk and goth girls is just peak. Also, she's a better rival than any of the other rivals. Like, yeah, in Sword and Shield, Marnie is a better rival than Bede, and Bede is a better rival than Hop. But Raihan, I like Raihan's design, but he's gonna go there. Van Ebader, that's a nice name. No, this isn't the Smasher Pass. This is based on like aesthetics and how difficult I think their teams were. Without delving too much into it, we've done a lot of tier lists tonight, so I'm just kind of trying. I'm not trying to speed run through this one, but I'm trying to go based on like, hey, I really like this character's design, or maybe I had a crush on the character, or something like that, you know. A lot of the characters are far too young for a Smasher Pass. The bug trainer, she was okay. I liked her design. I didn't like the grass trainer's gym in Scarlet and Violet. I didn't like his design. He reminded me of a weird David Bowie. Nessa though, yeah, listen, Nessa's perfect. Iono, I love Iono. She was a really fun gym leader to go up against, and I liked that she was a streamer. I think his name's Kofu. Is it Kofu? Kofu's okay. His facial hair is wild. Larry's really awesome. I like Larry as a trainer and as a character. Rhyme. I haven't gotten through enough of Scarlet and Violet to really face Rhyme yet. But I like her design. She gives me that hard 90s vibe of hip hop and stuff. What is her? I forget her name. But her design's kind of eh. And then there's Grusha, who had me firmly convinced that they were a girl, but that is okay. But yeah, I like Grusha's design. But that's that one. Hopefully I didn't speed through that one too fast. Let's take a look here. I've got one more. But I might do that one another day. Because I feel like I'm losing my voice. Let me screenshot this one. I can go ahead and post it. Snapshot. There's a new. This is Pokemon Gym. It's S to D. Oh, it's only got E, so I don't have to go that far. New. And then E's like, eh. Save. Pokemon Gym. E. All right, cool. Awesome. I have been going for 5.5 hours. I have. So what I might do, I'm gonna save the last tier list. I might save that for tomorrow because I feel like I'll talk more on that one. Let me get my shoulders stretched here. Oh my gosh. Oh. Yeah, it's been one of those things. So it's like I should get some rest. I should. It's already midnight for me. I started early. This isn't the full celebration, so we'll get some more stuff going on later this week. So let me close that one. And we will see where we need to go from here. And it's probably good because our synthwave playlist actually ended. So that kind of works out in our favor. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and we're going to find someone to raid out too. But I think, I don't want to do this. Let's see. Bop, bop, bop. Yeah, playlist ending is a good sign to stop. Exactly. So where do we want to go? Well, but before we do any of that, let me go through and I want to thank everybody. I'm going to thank everybody in reverse as they're coming up on here. So, Ratatash, thank you for the raid. Eggy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Also, Eggy, thank you for the raid. Thank you guys for getting us to a level 4 hype train. Thank you for getting me to a level 2 hype train. Sky, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you for getting us to another hype train. Sky, thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you for the sub yourself. Lyric, thank you for the resub. Oh gosh, so many people. Hype train level 7, highest I think we've ever had on the channel, which is fantastic. Thank you guys. Let's see, 5 subs from Mr. Bobo, thank you. Val, thank you for the 550 specifically gay bits. Nem, thank you for the 2,000 bits. And then let's see. Thank you for the hype train. BT, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Bobo, thank you for the one gift sub. BT, thank you for the Prime sub. Fate, thank you for the resub. Fate, thank you for the raid. And Rucktalos, thank you for the follow. Nem, thank you for the 3,000 bits. And Arcane02, thank you for the follow. Lady Kiara, thank you for the raid. Adeptus Volcun, thank you for the 10 bits. And that's everybody. Wow. You're in the Creator Club now too? That's awesome. Thank you, Kumo. Thank you for telling me that. That's awesome. But yeah, my voice is starting to go. I can already tell it's starting to go. So what we need to do, we need to find somebody to raid into so that way we can get ourselves taken care of here. Guys, I might be back tomorrow. I know that I need to get back to a standard schedule, but I feel like starting on Monday, I lose so much of my energy, and then things just seem to happen. Like my internet went out the last time. It's been a hiccup and a half. Literally, thank you so much. Thank you for the congrats on the 3 years. Thank you. Where are we going? I don't even know where we're going. Let's figure it out. I say that we figure it out. How long is King been going? A long time. Yeah, we got to drop ourselves somewhere. I think. No, they've been playing for 3 hours. How long started going? Always so difficult, man. Okay, you know where we're gonna go? We're gonna go and we're gonna drop in on Humstorm. They are really cool. They're really fantastic. They've also done one of our emotes for our channel. I think the cheek pull emote. Hold on. Go this one here. Hum has done this one for us. Also, guys, we have new emotes on the way, so they'll be here soon. Hopefully. We're going to drop in on Humstorm with a good old-fashioned Viking raid. Guys, if you don't have my emotes, use whatever emote you have. Just be polite, read the room, and as always, please be polite to the streamer we're about to drop in on. They might be in the middle of something and may not be able to respond to us right away. I'm sure they'll get to us if they can when they can. If you like the streamer's content, please give them a follow. If you really like their content, give them a subscribe. You're not required to do either, but do remember a follow is free. All right, guys. I might not be back tomorrow. I'm going to be back Tuesday. But in the meantime, thank you all so much for the gracious outpouring of support. I couldn't do this without you guys, especially 3 years. So y'all are amazing. Just make sure, though, that you are staying safe, eating well, and staying hydrated. And I'm going to catch you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.